Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump has started arrangements for a meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, the goal here is to end Moscow's war on its neighbor. President Trump's announcement followed a meeting with Zelensky and European leaders at the White House, which took place yesterday.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying he is ready to have a face-to-face meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin.
I said always so. Ukraine will never stop on the way to peace.
Trump says he called Putin after the meeting and began making arrangements for a meeting between Zelensky and Putin, hoping there will ultimately be a trilateral meeting between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia.
I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
Inside the White House, Trump and Zelensky navigating the roadblocks to peace.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Channel 4's Courtney Allen has an update on the Slate apartment homes fire in Belleview this weekend that destroyed the homes of 10 families.
When we looked around Monday, we noticed almost none of the buildings here have fire sprinklers. So we looked into it and learned the complex was built in 1984, according to apartments.com. It wasn't until 5 years later, in 1989, that fire code started requiring sprinklers in apartments. Older buildings are only required to get up to current code if there is a significant renovation.
I don't know if it's anything criminal, it's just negligible.
There is one newer looking building at Slate Apartments with sprinklers that the city said was clearly built under the current codes. We asked the complex, owned by Brookside Properties, if the building was renovated after another massive fire that happened here back in 2018, and whether they'd also consider adding sprinklers to the older buildings. No response yet.
And we are told that there's a fundraiser being organized through the Belleview Community Foundation. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Wall Street was in a holding pattern with mixed closings. The Dow lost 34 points. The S&P was down just 1 point, and the Nasdaq was up 7 points. Investors are waiting for Friday when the Federal Reserve Chairman gives an annual speech in Wyoming that may hint at possible interest rate cuts in the fall. The Commerce Department says retail sales rose 0.5% last month, meeting expectations. The U.S. Postal Service may not get all of its electric truck fleet after all. Republican Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa has introduced a bill to cut federal EV funding. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And we've got mixed stock futures this morning. The Dow futures are plus 15, but the Nasdaq futures down 6, and the S&P futures losing 3 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some road work this morning. The left lane is blocked off on eastbound 40 between I-24 and Briley Parkway. Watch it there this morning. The roadways otherwise looking like there's no big delays to speak of so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Tuesday, August 19th. Man, what an incredible day yesterday with President Trump, all those European leaders, of course, Vladimir Zelensky as well. And there was a lot going on. There is a lot going on. Bottom line is this, and there's a headline in the Daily Mail. Let me just tell you the very latest. There's a headline in the Daily Mail, and basically what the headline is, and this is at 1:02 this morning, so about midnight. Headline is, Moscow, Vladimir Putin refuses to commit to Putin-Zelensky peace talks, saying the 40-minute call with Donald Trump was only fairly constructive, as Finland's prime minister questions if untrustworthy Kremlin leader has the courage needed to act following U.S.-led bid to end the Ukraine war. In other words, it's the same conversation we've been having for years on Vladimir Putin. And that is, does he really want peace? That is one of the big questions, and so that is where we will start today. Now, one of the things that I loved about what happened yesterday was the press conference where you had, and this was an incredible moment for not only Vladimir Zelensky, but also Donald Trump, because it was very clear that the president and Zelensky, they really did seem to be on the same page. And, you know, the more that you look at how everything was going on, the more you realize, yeah, you know what? For President Trump and Vladimir Zelensky, and I've got some video here, they did seem to be getting along very well. That being said, Peter Doocy asked a whale of a question. Listen to this.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Did you hear that question? Are you prepared to continue to send Ukrainian troops to their deaths for the next couple of years? You did. You heard that right. And that's a question that everybody wants to know. And so here's, again, the question and the answer.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, you know, we live under each day attacks. You know that today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners, and we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for...
So there you go. That is Vladimir Zelensky, and I had a hard time, and you probably did too, understanding what exactly he said. But basically, he says that Ukraine, by the way, he said, thanks for the question, which is anybody who knows anything about tough questions when you're up on a stage, thanks for the question is your mind resetting. And again, it's like an oh crap moment. Oh crap, how am I going to answer this question? Because this is a tough one for Zelensky to answer. Because you've had hundreds of thousands of people that have died, Ukrainian troops that have died with no end in sight as he is refusing, as you know, really to give any sense that he's willing to negotiate on land. But he said Ukraine is always under attack. They've had a lot of injuries and deaths, and he wants to stop this war. Now, the question is, what is he willing to sacrifice? Now, I don't know if you saw this, but he walks into, I don't know if they were in the Oval Office or where exactly they were, but he walks in, and Donald Trump has a big map of Ukraine. And 20% of those eastern regions and 20% of the country of Ukraine is under Russian control on that map. So he walks in, and the pressure is on. And the pressure is, you got to give up 20% of your country. Otherwise, this war is going to continue. So he is in a tough spot. I mean, listen, giving up land is difficult for any leader, but it has happened before. You know, you look some of this stuff up, you do a little research, and all of these instances are different and unique. But Finland versus the Soviet Union, 1939, 1940. Finland, invaded by the Soviets, they had to cede about 11% of their land. They say it was a pragmatic move because they had to avoid full occupation. Well, look at the situation now with Ukraine. You've got hundreds of thousands, if not more, dying because of this battle. And then when you throw in, that's just the troops, then you throw in the civilians, and, you know, it's probably over 1 million. And so the question is, do you give up that 20% to save any more lives being lost? That's number one. Of course, Germany lost territory after they were beaten by the Allies in 1919. That was post-World War I. Israel gave up land after the Yom Kippur War in 1973, basically giving some of that back to Egypt. Again, all of these situations are unique, but what's not unique is giving up land to save lives. Again, there is a certain pragmatism here that needs to be understood, because all these European countries, and certainly America, they don't want this war to continue on forever. You know, a forever war. And so now, ultimately, the narrative will be that Russia has come in and they've basically stolen the land from Ukraine. But again, to me, you have to look at the pragmatics. So you got three options. And I don't know, Joan, maybe you know of a fourth, but three options, at least to me.
Okay.
Come to an agreement and cede the land. Give up 20% of your country. That's number one. That's option A. Option B, continue fighting with no end in sight, and then ultimately, who's going to foot that bill and how many people are going to die, et cetera. Or C, Ukraine, NATO, and Europe, and the United States end this war in what would no doubt be another World War III, right? And so it seems to me like B and C are not options. We don't want a world war, and we don't want to continue the fighting with no end in sight, which leaves us A. I mean, am I missing any other option here?
You're talking about Ukraine giving up the territory that...
the 20%.
And does that include Crimea?
You know, that's a great question. I don't know. I think it does. I think it does. So, I don't know. It does seem to me like Zelensky doesn't have a choice. Yeah. And if that means that the president is pressuring Ukraine, well, you know, it's interesting. People who are against Donald Trump will say, oh, well, President Trump is bullying Zelensky. Actually, what President Trump is doing is trying to point him in the right direction towards, to me, the right decision. So I don't know. It does seem to me like this is something that the president and these European allies really do need to do. And the other thing that I thought was interesting, and I don't know how much of this you watched yesterday.
Oh, I watched all of it. I was glued.
So wasn't it fascinating, Joan, how, and I don't have audio for this, I wish that I did, but where you had all of the European leaders in that room where they were all praising Donald Trump for getting everyone together.
Yes.
I mean, that was clearly, you know, one of those moments where they were like, President Trump, thank you. You're the only one that could have gotten us here, so on and so forth. And so
I like the way also that he went around the table and had everyone do a little bit like, how do you see this?
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about what you're thinking. It availed the press to thinking other than just Donald Trump and just Zelensky and just Putin.
Yep.
It allowed them to hear the world leaders talking about how the president brought everyone together, to your point.
Yep.
And also it allows them to realize that Donald Trump's not the only one that sees this as being a huge problem that just needs to get settled.
Right.
Despite what the press may think about how he's doing it.
You're right, because they're trying to make it look like, again, not to belabor the point, but they're trying to make it look like, Donald Trump is trying to, bully Zelensky. The reality is that Trump is getting everybody together so that they can try to find a solution. And believe it or not, you know who seems to be on board with Donald Trump?
Who's that?
Video. One, Joe Scarborough.
By the way, let's underline two things here. Just again, to set expectations, to be realistic. Even during the Biden administration, every Biden official, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, says they're going to have to give a plan. They're not going to like giving a plan, but they're going to have to give a plan, number one. Number two, they're not going to become members of NATO. There may have been people writing articles in the Wall Street Journal or elsewhere saying they have to be members of NATO, but you go around to every European leader, that was never going to happen. But there was an idea of a quasi-NATO type guarantee, and they need that guarantee. And if they get that guarantee, if they have the guarantee that Putin's not going to reload and then come back in, that would be considered, I think, at the end, a win for Ukraine, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. So even Joe Scarborough understands that they're going to have to give up land. The question is, does Vladimir Zelensky understand that he's got to give up land? It is 5:16, time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, look, you still have that road work this morning on 40, the eastbound side between 24 and 213A. And Briley Parkway, exit 215. And the left lane is blocked off by that work this morning. No delays to speak of on 2465 is looking good so far as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather for today, sunny and hot. Heat advisory still in place until tonight due to a high of 98 degrees, feeling like 105, humidity at 40%. Joan, it's going to be a bad hair day.
It's going to be the worst hair day.
It is absolutely going to be the worst hair day.
The silver lining is that tomorrow it starts getting better.
Yes, and I cannot wait.
Yeah.
You know what I need from you, Joan?
What do you need from me, Dan?
Can you do this at 5:35?
What's that?
I need you to get me a forecast for Las Vegas.
Oh.
Can you do that for me?
Okay. Oh, is this Las Vegas weekend?
Mm-hmm. It is a Las Vegas weekend.
All right, I got you.
So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. During the press conference yesterday. By the way, can I ask you a question, Joan?
Yeah.
What was Zelensky wearing? That was almost like that was a let me move this over. We got video for all the sound bites today, folks. I'm like now 100% doing audio and video. So if you're watching on YouTube, I can't exactly tell what Zelensky is wearing. It's almost like he didn't want to go with a full-blown suit and a tie. It's really dark, and so it's kind of a suit, but it's a casual suit.
And it's longer. It's
Yes.
like a dinner coat length. But it's very, he just can't comply. He can't comply with
There's
the suit and
always
tie.
got to do. The Daily Mail had framed it as a total power move by Zelensky. That's how they
BS.
framed it.
I would bet your sweet Bippy that the White House had that prepared for him to put on to say, buddy, you're not coming in this place without something, a jacket on. And here's what you're going to wear.
Yep.
And if I were the White House, I would have made it, an XXL and made him roll up the sleeves.
That's what I said. Remember yesterday I said it's got to be it's got to be like like when you walk into a restaurant and it's a tie and jacket place only.
Yes.
And
They give you the suit jacket.
and they give you
Yeah.
the suit jacket. He was actually asked, if I may, real quick. He was actually there was a comment made about his suit, and this is how that went.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said someone that
I didn't feel sorry for him, but they're treating him like a kid.
Yes.
Did you feel that way too, Joan?
Yeah.
Where they treated him like a kid, where everybody knows this really bad thing happened, and now he is kind of sort of, but not really complied, but they're trying the positive affirmations.
Yeah, like they just patted him on the head.
Yes, like that's exactly right. Like they're patting him on the head. So here's the rest of that.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said someone that attacked you last time. See, now he's
I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit.
And he I think what he was saying is that the reporter in question was actually wearing the same suit that he was last time.
Yeah. Oh, I see. He's still wearing the same suit that he wore last time. I get
I
it.
think that's what he said.
Okay.
In fairness, I only have one suit.
Is that it? I think a lot of people have the suit that they would wear if, an elderly family member passed away.
Funeral suit?
Yeah. Or, if somebody gets married, you can put a different shirt and tie on.
It's the same thing. It is 5:22. I'm saying, Joe. Funeral and marriage.
Oh, Dan. That's bad.
Louis, back me up on this.
Don't do it, Louis. Don't be lured into this.
Come on. Same thing.
Silliness.
Marriage and a funeral. It's the same thing.
Louis, you're a married man. Watch your words.
All right, very
Attaboy.
good.
Attaboy.
I'm going to go ahead and bail Louis out with the sound. I'm just kidding. I'm a happily married man. I love my wife. Of course, people like multiple divorces and stuff. I hope never to be that person. But, they might say the same thing.
Yeah.
In reference, though, you do have to die in your marriage. If you ever heard that saying.
No, what?
You have to die in your marriage.
You have to die
You
in
have
your
to
marriage?
die to yourself, right?
Yeah, you got to die to yourself. Yeah.
It's like having.
I've never heard that.
You die to yourself when you commit to faith in Christ, and you do the same thing with your wife. You stop caring about yourself.
Yeah.
And care about your mate.
Okay.
Kill the old you.
Okay. Very good.
You don't believe in this at all, Dan.
Absolutely. No,
Yeah.
I get the point.
Yeah.
I get the point. And I agree with the point.
Uh-huh.
Joe,
Way to
what's
go,
coming up in
Louie.
the news?
All right. Well,
Moving right along.
here's the headlines, folks. A man is dead after an attempted break-in at a Christiana home. Also, what political analysts are saying about the Texas redistricting fight and where that is this morning. We've got those
Did you
stories.
hear the big news about Gavin Newsom?
I think you could probably follow up the story with that, Dan.
Okay,
Yeah.
5:35. We'll talk about Gavin Newsom.
Deal.
And Dana Perino wants to know, Gavin Newsom, where is your wife?
Oh.
We'll talk about that and a whole lot more.
Interesting.
Straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, and we'll return next.
pretty.
Some might say.
You got loyalty. Wellness, beauty, Spain, specialty clothing, long clientele, loyalty, wellness.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Don't mean to go dark on this Tuesday, but man, this horrific story of Mohammed, this dude, this Somalian that raped a woman. She later died.
Yeah.
Horrifying story. Now, what they don't know is, and if you don't know the story, this dude, Somalian named Mohammed,
Homeless man,
raped a woman. She later died. He's been charged with, 4 counts? Is it, I think, 4 counts of rape?
Something like that,
sexual assault. Yeah. He's Somalian. So just so you folks know that I know, in Somalia, where this dude is from, and we don't know his immigration status, but they have a horrifying, even according to the United Nations, a rape culture in Somalia that is just, it's awful. A rape culture. That is what happens in Somalia. That is what we, one way or another, have allowed into this country.
We've invited it.
We invited it.
We being Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, and you know what? I'm going to call out the Afton Baines of the world and the Heidi Campbells, all of the local Democrats. And again, I don't know this dude's immigration status. Maybe he's here legally. I have no idea.
A lot of people on the super text line, I know how to find that information out.
Okay. So,
I can help us with that.
I've grokked it. I've tried to figure out. Tennessee Star was where I got this story. Can't seem to figure out what his immigration status is. But when we know, you'll know. But it is a horrible story from, obviously, at least to me, when you allow the monsters into your home, into your country, then you've got to call out the people that invited this into our city. and our country. That would be the Democrats. 5:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A trilateral meeting between the presidents of Russia, the U.S., and Ukraine is possible within the next 2 weeks. That is according to German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Now, when it does happen, Tennessee U.S. Senator Bill Hagerty thinks that territory Russia has taken will need to be given up to achieve an end to the war in Ukraine.
Want to do is make any excuses for Putin. But at the same time, there are portions of Ukraine that are Russian-speaking. You think about Crimea. Look, Putin took Crimea in 2014 under Obama. For Zelensky to say that's got to come back as part of the deal, that's never been a very realistic claim.
Senator Hagerty there speaking on the Matt Murphy Show yesterday. An investigation now underway after a shooting at a Christiana home that left a man dead. WSMV4's Alexandria Adams.
Happened on Saturday. Authorities telling us the man forcefully tried to enter the home when a guest of that home grabbed a gun and shot him several times. No, so far, the sheriff's office has not released that person's name.
Now, the man who allegedly tried to break in has not been identified. The sheriff's office says he is from Rutherford County. A Texas bill to change the state's congressional district map advanced last night, hours after Texas Democrats returned to the state. Their return ends a 2-week standoff over that issue.
At this stage, it looks like enough Democrats will be there for this session to continue to redraw those maps in a way that as many as 5 additional Republicans would be added to the delegation. So Democrats are saying that they won this battle by getting people to pay attention, by highlighting the inequities here, but it does look like they're going to lose the war because they still don't have the votes. They still don't have the real political power to stop what Republicans are trying to do in their state.
That's ABC's Rick Klein. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, it's early, and we don't really have too many delays to speak of this morning. Minor delays starting now on 24 as you make your way to the merge there with 40, but otherwise looking good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Dan Mandis here, along with Joan Jones. Louie is running the audio console this morning. And just kidding. Joan, I don't know if you can see it, but if you're watching on YouTube, and I'll describe it.
Yeah.
There's a very funny, I don't know if you'd call it a meme, but it's Vladimir Zelensky, a very downtrodden-looking Vladimir Zelensky walking out of a Men's Warehouse with his suit. That's what we're talking
that's
about.
Funny.
Very, very funny indeed.
Yes.
So we do have Gavin Newsom in the news today, and for a number of different reasons. Now, you'll remember, Joan, a while back, we were talking about Gavin Newsom and about how he was really low in the presidential polling. Well, now his presidential polling, believe it or not, friends, has skyrocketed, Gavin Newsom. And part of what they're saying is, and I'm gonna get into the numbers here in a second, but part of what they're saying is that his reaction to the Texas redistricting efforts have actually done well for him. And so I'm going to play one little piece of audio. We did play this yesterday where Newsom, he's clearly triggered by the folks on the right and, the Texas Democrats and clearly Donald Trump. And this is the audio, again, that I played yesterday where he is just really angry.
It is about the United States of America. He doesn't believe in that. He believes in the red states. He's going after. It's a war. He's a wartime president. He's the head of a war party. War on women, war on voting rights, war on Hispanics, a war on this state, war on institutions, war on history. I mean, this is serious. This guy's trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize.
The funny thing is, no, Donald Trump is not trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize. He's trying to end a war in which millions of people are being killed. But you can hear the anger. And it's sort of like, this sanctimonious righteous anger.
Oh, yeah.
That sometimes we hear from folks on the left. And his face is all red,
That's what he's going to try to say tomorrow in Alaska, that he's the big guy trying to find peace, really? When he's bringing war to the American people? He put military in the streets, not of Baghdad, and he didn't send the military in his first administration.
By the way, did you hear, just real quick, did you hear about the illegal alien truck driver? Another one of those stories that we've seen over the last couple of days.
The one down in Florida?
The one, yes, Florida Turnpike.
Yeah.
Made an illegal U-turn in a big rig. He makes an illegal U-turn.
The most disturbing part of that story.
I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Is the camera, what it captured. He looked behind him and saw the car had flown into the back of his trailer.
And he's
straight face,
no big deal. Like
Nope.
no oh crap face, no oh crap reaction, nothing.
3 people died in that car that just slammed into your trailer, buddy.
So we're going to talk about that.
Anywhere in the world. He sent the United States Marines into the United States of America in one of the bluest cities in this country, in Los Angeles, one of the great cities, American cities. That's what Donald Trump did. He is a wartime president.
So came out yesterday that, and I did talk about this yesterday, but his state leads in both crime and homelessness across America. And so for Gavin Newsom, this is a situation where he can act all, righteous, and he can talk about how great California is, but the reality is that your state leads in both crime and homelessness. That's not a good resume bullet point. And so for Newsom, you sit here and you listen to, the really angry words of Gavin Newsom as he's really going after Donald Trump. But, dude, look at your own state. I mean, that's what Donald Trump is trying to fix. And you're not trying to fix it. I mean, you want to focus what he's trying to do. I think part of what Gavin Newsom is trying to do, and then I'll get to the numbers. But I think what Gavin Newsom is trying to do is he's trying to distract from his own failures by focus on Donald Trump and talking about Donald Trump. And so when the Texas Democrats fled, because what the Texas Republicans are wanting to do with redistricting, what they're saying is that that kind of verbiage is actually doing well for Gavin Newsom. Support for California Governor Gavin Newsom as a possible Democratic presidential candidate in 2028 has surged over the past 4 months, a new poll shows. The poll indicates support for the more aggressive position Newsom has taken in standing up to President Donald Trump, particularly over that plan by Republicans in Texas to redraw their state's congressional seat map in the hopes of winning more seats in the midterm elections next year. The battle to become, by the way, to do that, to be able to redraw the lines in California, they actually need a referendum. And it looks like this idea of redrawing the lines in California, extremely unpopular, as a matter of fact. The battle to become the 2028 presidential election candidate will likely set the new direction for the Democratic Party as it struggles with its favorability, where, as one recent poll showed, it is now at a 3-year low. Newsom has not formally announced his candidacy, but it's coming. The new poll, conducted by Echelon Insights, has Newsom in second place among potential Democratic candidates with 13% support, behind former Vice President Kamala Harris with 26%. Who do you think would win in a debate? Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom?
I think Gavin Newsom.
I think Gavin Newsom would wipe the floor
Yeah.
with Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
The question is, would they allow him to do that?
Yeah, I don't think so. He has to be, he has to understand that she's a woman. And she's a woman. She's a BIPOC.
A BIPOC?
Yeah, a black. What is it? Louis, what's a BIPOC?
I'm lost too. What is a
Oh,
BIPOC?
Do I have the right?
What is that?
Louis, we apologize in advance.
Yeah, it's just me. Black, indigenous, and people of color.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have picked up on that either.
Yeah.
I was going down the road of like bisexual when I
No, she's not one of those, as far as we know.
moving right along. So, so she is still in the lead. She's actually gone up 2 points. You know do you know who has really gone down in favorability is Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah. Is that, why? Why would he's younger than most of the candidates that the left has, in their lineup.
I think maybe partly because with all the problems we've had with transportation in this country.
Maybe, yeah.
People realized that he was focused on the whole DEI thing and not on trying to fix the problems in our country. That's the only thing that I can think of.
He's also not very strong. He doesn't speak strong. He's not like a strong orator.
He is when he's in a friendly environment.
Okay.
He is like when he was on the Breakfast Club, he was, very strong, but he doesn't have a track record. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Say what you will about Gavin Newsom. He's got a track record. It's not good, but he's got a track record.
Yeah.
But he's got that smile and he's got that hair. And that's what some Republicans are afraid of Newsom because he is such a great speaker. He does flash that gruesome smile. And
Gruesome Newsom smile.
Gruesome Newsom smile. Yep. But then there's this, just real quick. Because I still think that the Democrat Party, I don't care if it's Gavin Newsom, because you can obliterate him with the fact that in California, and I'm going to get into this coming up, but in California, do you know how many illegal alien truck drivers have gotten their their driver's licenses in California.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the dude from India, the guy that just killed 3 people in Florida, got his license from Florida. I should say from California. Then he's driving all over the place because they allow this. So it's a sanctuary state. So they come in illegally. They get their driver's licenses from California, which allows such things. And then they're allowed to drive all across the country, including in places like Florida, where this guy killed 3 people. So, and I'll get into more of that in greater detail here later on, including I'm going to show the video because the video is horrifying. And Joan, you are exactly right.
Ugh.
Stunning that he had no reaction whatsoever.
None.
Like that almost feels like a mental illness. And I'm not whatever, but I mean, that almost feels like a mental illness. How do you not have more of a reaction when a car smashes into your rig? And just so you folks know, again, I realize we're giving a visual on the radio, but he had no reaction at all.
He just didn't.
No. So if it's Kamala Harris, I think it's going to be either Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. It's going to be one of those two for the Democrats. And so I think, you can certainly make a case. Hey, Louis, let's do the poll. We don't even have a poll up yet this morning.
We don't?
So, no. Falling down on the job.
Heck.
Louis, let's
doing them late lately.
Let's do this poll. Let's say, who would you rather have run for the Democrats in 2028? Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom? That's what I want the poll to be.
And I think the consideration here is that whoever doesn't win that race is kind of let loose on the rest of us.
Yeah,
like they're
you're
going to be
right.
out there going for some office, and they're still going to be bothering everybody.
What do you think? Who would you rather? Let's say it's either going to be J.D. Vance, and I realize we're going political, and I'm sorry, but J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis or Marco Rubio, those 3.
Yeah.
Who would you rather have run against one of those 3? Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris? Isn't that a tough one?
I think so.
Like, who's worse? That's the thing. Who's worse? I think Kamala Harris is worse because Newsom is a better liar.
Yeah.
Newsom's a better liar. She'll word salad.
She'll word salad. He does things. And we know that she doesn't do anything. She was the border czar. She did nothing.
Yep.
She doesn't take action. She talks big words. In circles.
I was going to say she speaks big words, but man, they are circular in nature.
Hey, I'm supposed to tell you the Las Vegas weather forecast.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, lucky for you, are you going on Friday?
All right, so just so you folks know, and unfortunately I don't have my Backstreet Boys music queued up.
Oh.
But just having your head playing, I don't care who you are, what you. So anyway,
Sam, start singing.
I'm going to go to
Backstreet Boys.
I'm going to go to the.
My fire.
Oh, there you go.
Who is that? Is that
Sam?
Is that Sam?
That is Sam.
I want it that way.
Wow. Okay.
What a wasted effort on this radio station.
That's exactly right.
Whoa.
One of the Backstreet Boys is losing his voice. I think it's Kevin. So, maybe
step in.
Sign Sam right up to replace Kevin on the Backstreet Boys, who is losing his voice.
When are you going?
This weekend. I'm flying out Friday night.
Okay. Lucky for you. The temperature is coming down on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
From 110 to 107 on Friday.
Lord. But it is a dry heat, though. It is a dry heat.
Somehow that would not comfort me.
No.
Then it goes to 103 on Saturday, 102 on Sunday. You're there at a really good time.
I'm going to be there. We are flying out on Sunday. We're flying in Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
And then the concert at the Sphere is going to be on Saturday night. And then we're flying home on Sunday.
Okay.
So it is just, it is Riker is with his dad a weekend, and we are heading to the Sphere in Las Vegas, and we're trying to decide what we want to do.
Yeah.
We will not be going to the topless pool again. That I can tell you.
Okay.
So as President Donald Trump battles to end mail-in balloting or voting, Democrats are in a battle to align themselves. Here's the problem the Democrats are facing is that they are horribly unpopular. And according to Politico, the DNC is now facing money problems as well as the GOP continues to bring in hundreds of millions of dollars. The Democrats, because they're so rudderless, the big-time donors, they're not donating to the party.
Yeah.
Trailing by nearly every fundraising metric, the Democrats are. By the end of June, the RNC had a reported $80 million, and it continues to come in. The DNC has less than 20% of that with all of $15 million. Politico reports major Democratic donors have withheld money this year as skepticism grows about the party's direction. Meanwhile, a number of Republicans are now doubling down on Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, tackling the laws, Medicaid cuts head on with new messaging with Democrats, and they are hitting hard. Representative Mike Lawler is one. He has released a series of ads highlighting different aspects of the legislation. So the Democrats have really been trying to go after the Republicans on the Medicaid, the supposed Medicaid cuts, which, I mean, I don't believe there are Medicaid cuts, but you're going to have all the Democrats, and they are going to say that there are. Republicans will say we're getting the illegal aliens off of Medicaid, and we are mandating work requirements for some of these folks, right?
Yep.
Nothing problem. No problem with any of that for me or most Republicans. But Democrats, of course, are screaming about it, whatever. But to me, the Republicans do need to play offense on this big, beautiful bill as it relates to Medicaid, because I do believe that it is gaining some traction. So you've got to, if you're the Republicans, you've got to tackle this problem head on. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But the Democrats, whether it is Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris, I mean, neither one has a good track record. So they're going to have a big issue. All right, it is 5:54. By the way, the super text line is open, 615-737-9986. By the way, from the counsel of Chris Hand, I do need to reframe something, though, Joan.
Yeah. What?
I'm going to see the Sphere, and the Backstreet Boys just happen to be there. Amy is going to see the Backstreet Boys at the Sphere.
Gotcha.
Because I've always wanted to see the Sphere.
Yes. So
Had
you're
all
not
those
really
years
going.
that had all the, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure everybody knows. All those years, I wanted to go see the Eagles at the at the Sphere.
Be there. Yeah.
Never
Okay.
got spousal permission for that one, though.
But you got spousal permission for the Backstreet Boys.
Sure did, boy.
Whew. You know, one of the listeners, 3854, wants you to know that an oven is also dry heat. 27373 also says there's no humidity in a blast furnace. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's going to feel like that while
right.
you're in Vegas.
Well, Amy and I have just decided we're going to just hang by the pool.
Okay.
Hang by the pool and drink. All right, Joan, what's coming up?
U.S. warships have been deployed in yet another corner of the world. We'll tell you what's happening there. Also, an arrest after an online threat that shut down some schools yesterday. Stick around for that and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:59 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan, we got so excited talking about the Backstreet Boys at the Sphere that I didn't tell you about why it is that Dana Perino is calling out for Gavin Newsom's wife.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that. A big announcement by Tim Burchett. We got all the latest on the peace talks. It is a very busy morning right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is an investigation underway after a hit-and-run crash along I-65 in North Nashville. Metro police are saying a man was found on the roadway below Dickerson Pike Bridge just before midnight. He was taken to a hospital in critical condition. A woman on a bike was hit by a car yesterday in the very same Germantown crosswalk where another woman was hit and killed in June. The bicyclist is expected to recover, but Metro police are searching for the driver who took off after the crash. Neighbors tell Channel 4 this crosswalk is problematic.
I see near misses happen, maybe like 1 out of every 20 cars.
A Hawk system, which signals a red light when pedestrians are waiting for the crosswalk, that'll be installed there later this year. An update to a story we brought you yesterday when Perry County schools closed their doors due to an online threat posted in a suicide chat room. Well, now a 17-year-old boy has been arrested for making that threat. The Sheriff's Office and Tennessee Office of Homeland Security were investigating after that boy allegedly posted that he had been bullied, had a gun, and was ready to end it all. Well, we're learning about the deployment of U.S. destroyers off the coast of Venezuela. Reuters reports those ships will arrive before the weekend as part of an effort to address threats from Latin American drug cartels. In February, the Trump administration designated several Latin American drug cartels as global terrorist organizations. About 4,000 sailors and Marines are expected to be part of that deployment. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Markets are in a bit of a waiting mode as they didn't move much Monday. The S&P pulled back from its latest record high, but fell by less than 0.1%. The Dow lost 0.1%. The Nasdaq was up less than 0.1%. Big earnings reports coming this week, beginning today with Home Depot. Target and Walmart do the same later in the week, and Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaks on Friday. The U.S. government could be getting into the chip business. Bloomberg reports the Trump administration has had discussions about taking a 10% stake in Intel, which finds itself trailing global competitors. Some home builders are looking for new ways to lure in buyers with high mortgage rates and record prices keeping some buyers on the sidelines. Sales incentives have hit a 5-year high. Brian Clark, ABC News.
And we're looking at stock futures lower this morning. The Dow futures minus 17. NASDAQ futures, they're down 37. And we've got S&P futures losing 8 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, no big problems this morning on the road so far, at least. You do have just minor delays on 24 as you're making your way into Nashville area this morning. Also, it looks like delays are starting to stack up on 65 and 24 coming in from the north as well. And no problems on 65 north coming up from the area of Franklin. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, your updated weather, sunny and hot today. Heat advisory still in place until tonight due to a high of 98, feeling like 105 today with humidity at 40%. Joan, have you heard the new song by Tom McDonald?
Oh, yes.
So
about Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, I want to play just a little bit of it. By the way, we have video to all the audio that we're playing now. So if you are watching on Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, X997, WTN.com, and of course, our favorite YouTube, you can check it out. You can see video to all of the audio that we're playing for folks on the radio. And also, real quickly, if you want to listen to the Mostly Peaceful podcast with myself and Chris Hand, you can listen to that anytime, and you can find the links on our YouTube page and all of our socials as well. This last one was, people seem to like it, so if you want to go check it out, you can. Now, this is Tom McDonald. The name of the song is "The Devil is a Democrat," obviously talking about Gavin Newsom.
The propaganda.
There you go.
Ooh.
Love it. And let's be honest. I mean, that is
Them's
what
fighting words.
That it, yes, it is fighting words. But you know what? Somebody please tell me where he's wrong. Somebody please tell me where Tom McDonald is wrong. That is exactly what the Democrats want. That is exactly what someone like Gavin Newsom wants. So you've seen that Gavin Newsom is continuing his nonsense regarding Donald Trump, and he is like mocking or mimicking and mocking Donald Trump on Twitter. Have you seen this? So Gavin Newsom has been tweeting out, and he's using the same vernacular as Donald Trump would. So, for example, he tweeted out the other day, and it's in the voice of Donald Trump, because clearly Donald Trump lives rent-free in Gavin Newsom's head. Many people are saying, and I agree, that I, Gavin C. Newsom, America's favorite governor, deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Why? Because of the most incredible maps in the history of mapping, even Columbus. These maps will end the very rigged elections, make America great. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's Gavin Newsom. And so basically what he's been doing is he has been mocking Donald Trump on Twitter, pretending that he's, Donald Trump and so forth. And so the Democrats absolutely love this. I mean, they do. The Democrats are really digging this because they feel like Gavin Newsom is owning Donald Trump. And Dana Perino, I thought, asked a very good question because she does not find this funny at all. As a matter of fact, Dana Perino believes that Gavin Newsom, he needs some divine intervention from his wife. This was Dana Perino yesterday on The Five.
Or at the debate. The other thing for me is that for the last week, Gavin Newsom, and why am I giving him advice? You have to stop it with the Twitter thing. I don't know where his wife is. If I were his wife, I would say, "What? You are making a fool of yourself. Stop it. Do not let your staff tweet. And if you're doing it yourself, put the phone away and start over. And if he's got a big job as governor of California, but if he wants an even bigger job, he has to be a little bit more serious."
There you go, Dana Perino. I would agree that Gavin Newsom, the thing about Trump is he is unique. He is authentic. He is himself. And so Newsom, it's interesting. People always talk about how Donald Trump is the bully. Donald Trump is not the bully, friends. It's people like Gavin Newsom that are the bullies. By the way, real quickly, did you hear that there was a woman that has now been arrested for trying to assassinate Donald Trump?
Yes, heard this story.
Did you hear this story?
Yes.
So this is, I don't know when exactly this came down, but Jeanine Pirro, she was on with, she actually posted to the socials talking about who this person is. And this is Jeanine Pirro, and this is what she had to say about this woman that has been arrested.
I just wanted to let you know here from the United States Attorney's Office in D.C. that an individual by the name of Nathalie Rose Jones is now in custody, charged with 2 federal crimes for knowingly and willfully threatening to take the life of the President of the United States. She did come from New York to Washington, D.C., and she has been threatening and calling for the removal of the president, and even worse, as she got to D.C., her threats were on Facebook and Instagram, and she continued to call the president a terrorist and was working to have him eliminated. She is now in custody. She will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Make no mistake about that.
All right. So, you know what? Apparently, one of the things that she wrote, this Nathalie Rose Jones, she says, "I am willing to sacrificially kill this POTUS by disemboweling him and cutting out his trachea with Liz Cheney and all the affirmation present," whatever that means. So, anyway, this is obviously...
She sounds sick.
Well, obviously, she is clearly not of sound mind. But, here's the thing, though, is that we keep seeing these things over and over again where the Democrats, they are constantly, and I mean constantly, trying to threaten Donald Trump.
And maybe there will be. People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite.
So don't sit here and tell me the Democrats don't have a hand in, these kinds of things that the American people have been, some Americans, obviously a very few, but have been driven to try and do.
Is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I mean, it goes on and on. You can find that, by the way, on my Twitter feed at Dan Mandis Show if you want to see the whole thing. Even not even Eric Swalwell, you'll be not shocked by what Eric Swalwell actually had to say that is making news this morning as well. Have you heard what Eric Swalwell said, Joan?
I'm not sure if I have. He speaks so much,
Yeah, I know. He's an idiot. But I've got that audio for you and the video coming up next. What Eric Swalwell said right before a woman was arrested traveling from New York to Washington, D.C. to assassinate Donald Trump, as all of this audio and video that I'm playing is proof that the Democrats are trying to dog whistle the assassination of the President of the United States. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
For the most part, things are looking good this morning. I'm Christy O'Brien.
6:16, as far as your weather for today, sunny and hot heat advisory still in place until tonight due to a high of 98, feeling like 105. Humidity is going to be at 40%. All right, so Eric Swalwell, Fang Fang's boyfriend, had this to say about Donald Trump. I think this was just in the last day or two.
When they go low, we're going to bury them below the Capitol. That's what we're going to do, because this is about protecting democracy. And right now, as you see, D.C. has been militarized, and we were weak as Democrats, frankly.
So
bury them below the
them below the Capitol is what Eric Swalwell said. And you know, I don't know if you've noticed this, but Swalwell suddenly has a very tough guy look. Have you noticed this? If you're watching,
is this the cat backward thing?
It's not the cat backward thing. He's done that too.
Yeah,
but no, he's got like a beard, and he's wearing a T-shirt with a jacket on. That kind of a look. And he's got this what he's trying to do is this sort of menacing look where he says,
when they go low, we're going to bury them below the Capitol. That's what we're going to do.
So we're going to bury them underneath the Capitol. And then, lo and behold, a couple of days later, what happens? A woman is traveling from New York to Washington, D.C. to assassinate the President of the United States.
Is there a relation? Are you suggesting?
I'm saying that the Democrats have been calling for violence, and when you have a sitting member of Congress, he's still in Congress, right? Is Eric Swalwell still in Congress?
Yeah.
Okay. So when a sitting member of Congress says that he wants to bury Republicans underneath the Capitol, then I think that as the left is always screaming about Donald Trump and the dog whistles, remember all of that nonsense?
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is a dog whistle.
When they go low, we're going to bury them below the Capitol. That's what we're going to do.
And can I ask this question? How exactly is it that the Republicans are going low? Like trying to stop a war? Is that what the Republicans are doing? To go low, trying to stop a war? Trying to get illegal aliens out of our country that are horrifying criminals? Is that what the Republicans are trying to do? Trying to get illegal alien truck drivers off of the road, semi-truck drivers off of the road because they keep killing people? Is that what the president is trying to do? Is that what he's doing by going low? I don't really understand what Eric Swalwell means when he says,
when they go low, we're going to bury them below the Capitol. That's what we're going to do, because this is about protecting democracy. And right now, as you see, D.C. has been militarized, and we were weak as Democrats, frankly.
You see the polling in Washington, D.C., the locals are like loving this. The locals are like, oh, yeah, we love this. We can go outside. I'll see if I can find the polling. People are like, we can go outside. We can hang out. Love all of the military, because we know that the National Guard and the folks that are there working essentially for President Trump, they're not going to hurt them.
They don't have to stop at the stoplights anymore and like cruise to a stoplight in the middle of the street, not to a side, and keep looking around over their shoulders for anybody approaching the car.
Right. They're loving it. They're absolutely loving it. And I can understand why. I can understand why, because, I mean, we all know what goes on in Washington, D.C. It is horrifying. And I think that there was also some polling out. I think I did it yesterday. So many shows. But there's polling out that showed that the American people were siding with Donald Trump on this in Washington, D.C. I'd be willing to bet that there are a lot of people in Memphis that are saying, can you do us next, please? People that actually live in Memphis. I bet you they're like, when can we get our National Guard? You know what I mean? When can we bring the National Guard in here into Memphis, or Chicago, or I don't know, New Orleans, and some of these other cities where the crime is rampant, because people who live in those cities, they're tired of living under those conditions. There's a story out this morning. I'll see if I can find it. I have a lot of stuff today, but there's a story out there that talks about how you've got the top cities, crime related, and they're all obviously run by Democrats. I mean, I guess there is a guy, real quick, hold on. I guess there is a guy on the socials, Amy was telling me about it, and he had a post where he made a reel or something, and it was how he was talking about how there's this age-old narrative, and Joan, you and I have spoken about this many times, where it's like, oh, look at all of these Republican-led states who have these high crime rates. Well, then when you drill down, like Tennessee, yeah, it's because of the Democrat-run cities where they don't charge people who commit crimes, where they don't really enforce the law, and people do bad things and they commit crimes and they don't suffer any kind of consequences. So if, like in the state of Tennessee, do we have an issue with crime? Well, yeah, we do, because of Memphis and because of Nashville, which are Democrat-run cities. So somebody posted that on the socials, and people were like light bulbs going off over their heads and being a little red-pilled, if you will. And it's true. And Joan, it's interesting because you and I and all of us, well, yeah, all of us, I guess, talk about this all the time on WTN. And we take it for granted that our listeners are red-pilled enough and know these things that I wouldn't think twice about maybe doing a social media reel on that kind of a thing, because I just figure that everybody knows. But as Amy pointed out, yeah, but you know what? The WTN audience, they're really smart. And they know these things. But out there in the world of social media, they don't. So maybe I'll do one too. 6:23, Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, so guess what? Tennessee just got in on the action in Washington, D.C. Troops are headed to our nation's capital. Also, wait till you hear what a pregnant Kentucky woman did after her boyfriend dumped her. Oof, those stories and more.
Now, let me guess, it's slightly more than keying somebody's car.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Yep. It's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. Now, this is a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value. When I need something for my home, when I need an appliance for my kitchen or my utility room, this is the place I go, DT McCall's. If you need indoor furniture, if you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you need an appliance, if it plugs in, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money. Just go to the front page of their website. They've always got specials and great prices on appliances and furniture right there on their website, dtmccalls.com. They've been doing it for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they'll deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. You can find them online anytime. It's where I like to go when I need something. It's dtmccalls.com. 629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, Joan, this is funny. So apparently Tom McDonald, one of the folks on the Super Text line, thank you, 615-737-9986. Tom McDonald has responded to Gavin Newsom's response to The Devil Lives in California.
Oh.
So they sent me the link. I've got to listen to it. I don't think that Tom McDonald would curse in it, but I got to make sure that there is no curse words in it. So I'm going to play that for you coming up next. Also, illegal aliens in the news, not only here in Nashville, but across the country. We'll talk about that. The latest on Russia, Vladimir Putin. Is he going to meet with Donald Trump and Zelensky? It is all straight ahead. A very busy morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The Tennessee National Guard has been deployed to Washington, D.C. now to help with President Trump's order to bring spiraling crime under control in the nation's capital. Governor Bill Lee telling reporters that he was willing to help the president out.
I talked with the Secretary of the Army, and he indicated that they would potentially be reaching out to states, and I told him that we would be obviously willing to work with them on whatever they needed.
Now, they'll join troops from West Virginia, Ohio, Louisiana, and South Carolina in D.C., but not all Tennessee legislators are on board.
This is unheard of as far as I know, and completely unnecessary.
That's John Ray Clemens, representative from the 55th District. About 160 of our troops are headed to D.C. Hurricane Erin has weakened, but it's still a powerful Category 4 storm churning in the Caribbean. Erin is not forecast to hit any land in the U.S., but it will impact North Carolina and bring dangerous waves and rip currents to the U.S. coast.
Waves are forecast to reach 10 to 15 feet and even 20 feet in some areas. Life-threatening rip currents are expected from Florida to Maine. Lifeguards in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, racing into the water, making more than 60 rescues yesterday. Swimming there now banned through Friday. The storm also impacting cruise ships. Major cruise lines now rerouting ships to avoid Erin's path.
That's ABC's Rhiannon Alley. And proof that hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. A Kentucky woman's been arrested for totaling her ex's car. Court documents say Stephanie Carlquist of Richmond poured glitter into the air conditioning vent of her ex's car, and then she poured salt into the engine.
Ooh.
Among other things.
Salt into the engine. That'll kill the engine, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Her actions caused more than $12,000 in damages. Carlquist is pregnant and told police she was stressed out. Now, she confessed to police that she did some of the damages, but she also told police that her ex was overdue for the rest of it.
Wow.
That is the latest news.
Tell it to the judge, lady.
That's right. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News. I've been telling you for years about USS, United Structural Systems. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm just one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says at USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. And he does indeed give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way, and so do I. Now, USS, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done, and you are a satisfied customer. Now, they can help you with all kinds of things. Go to their website. It's USSTN.com. They've got it's like an entire page of things that they could do to help you fix and maintain your home, especially basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855. Always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Dan Mandis here, and Mark Spain Real Estate is where you need to go if you need to get out of your home fast. Now, listen, you can avoid the stress of listing your home on the market and sell your home fast for all cash with that guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends here in Nashville and Tennessee because I know that they're going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, Mark Spain Real Estate, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years, and they have served over 72,000. That's right, 72,000 satisfied clients, and they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum profit. Check them out online anytime and find out what your guaranteed all-cash offer would be. There's no obligation. It's markspain.com. Markspain.com, 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. Again, markspain.com and start packing.
Okay, gotta watch it in Madison. There is a semi-truck on fire on 65, southbound lanes before Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 92. 2 right lanes are blocked off there, and there's a jam up behind that as well. Got an accident in Mill Creek. This is on Harding Place at Night Valley Road. And you've got delays starting to pick up now on 24, on 40, and on 65 northbound as you're heading up to the area of 840. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Is this a big deal, Joan, before it goes away on the TV? CNN.
Yeah.
Breathlessly reporting. You got 3 people talking about this.
Yeah.
Donald Trump was caught on a hot mic. I think Putin wants to make a deal for me. And I saw this story. Is this a big deal? I'm not sure if it's a big deal or not. It's out there.
Yeah, I've been seeing it on a couple of outlets this morning. I think they want to make something of it.
Yeah, I don't see why this is a deal. I mean, Donald Trump is saying that Vladimir Putin, he thinks, wants to make a deal. And
did he say a deal for him?
Donald Trump said, I guess the quote is, Donald Trump wants to make a deal for me. Trump was talking to one of the other European leaders. I just don't see how this is a deal, though. Like, I don't know if they're trying to make it seem like Trump is saying that Putin, you know, the only reason why Vladimir Putin would want to end this conflict with Ukraine is for Donald Trump. And I think that's probably what they're trying. That's dumb.
Because they're still hooked on he's a Russian asset, right? So they want to make it seem like Donald Trump and Putin are working together. That's my guess.
Here's the deal.
Knowing the media.
If Donald Trump, and I'm not going to allow the stupidity of the media. You know, there's over the last couple of days, there have been some absolutely insane things that Joy Reid has said, for example. I made a decision about a month ago that I wasn't going to let the stupidity of the Democrats rule my show because I could very easily pick, you know, the Democrat moron of the day and just hammer it. There's so many things going on, though, that I feel like telling folks about what inane, moronic thing Joy Reid has said is a waste of my airtime. So I don't feel like covering some of the things that I used to do because, you know, my time and your time is valuable. By the way, how many Tennessee National Guards troops are we sending to Washington, D.C.?
160.
So 1986 says, great year. That's when I graduated high school. 1986 says, Bill Lee needs to send troops to Memphis and Nashville because he says, let's not pretend that people are not getting shot every day in Nashville or certainly Memphis. And that is true.
Our friend Sally, you know, the guy Sally.
Yeah.
He says the same thing using
expletives?
That's the word.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. He's pretty ticked off about that, too. Wants to see our troops out in Memphis.
Was there a movie called A Fish Named Wanda or something like that?
Yeah.
We should refer to Sally as a guy named Sally. All right. So real quick, because I got a lot to get to. We were playing Tom McDonald, The Devil is a Democrat, and it is really an ode to Gavin Newsom. So I guess Gavin Newsom is responding to Tom McDonald. And so now Tom McDonald, who, you know, if you don't know who Tom McDonald is, he is, I guess he's a conservative rapper. He's come up with actually some pretty good songs. And so we've got some video here, Louis, video and audio. So this was Tom McDonald, and he is standing next to sort of like, I don't know if this is like a mannequin of Gavin Newsom, but he's got his arm around said mannequin, and it's got a Gavin Newsom sort of like a mask on with a couple of devil horns. And this is what Tom McDonald has to say to Gavin Newsom.
So, as many of you may have seen, Gavin Newsom called me gay on X this morning. I think he's just mad that the song I wrote about...
Wait, did Gavin Newsom really call Tom McDonald gay?
I did not hear that. Hold on, let's
okay, hold on. Isn't that
grok it.
if Gavin Newsom is calling Tom McDonald gay,
right,
as in a pejorative, an insult, where in the world is the cancel culture?
Yeah. To Gavin.
I actually find that repulsive. I do. Like, I think that people that use the term gay as a pejorative, I don't like that at all. Like, I never have. It just feels, I don't know. I don't like that. So maybe you can find out, Joan, as you're Googling there or whatever, that if Gavin Newsom actually did call Tom McDonald gay as some sort of a insult. If so, I think he's got some explaining to do as a Democrat. But anyway, this is Tom McDonald, and he is responding.
So, as many of you may have seen, Gavin Newsom called me gay on X this morning. I think he's just mad that the song I wrote about him, The Devil is a Democrat, is currently #1. But Gavin, you don't have to be mad. You've got lots of #1s too. California's #1 in homelessness. It's also #1 in unemployment. And who could forget it's #1 in totally preventable forest fires.
Boom.
You're crushing it, bud. Gavin, I think you're just mad that...
The devil lives in California. He a politician. He passing bills.
There you go. You know, it's a very good song.
Yeah,
and just so we're clear, I don't like. Is this rap or hip hop? I don't even know the difference.
I would call it rap. Would you call it rap?
I don't know what I'd call it.
Sam calls it rap.
Sam calls it rap.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
What do you say, Louie? Is it rap?
No, it's definitely rap.
All right, very good. Yeah, all right. So, Louis, you're much more learned in these things than I. Would you say that
California should be in prison. He got horn.
Is that good rap to you? Would you listen to this?
It's not something that I would wake up and be like, let me turn on that Tom McDonald.
I like it.
It's good. I would use it for like background music for something like, you know, what you're talking about now to support your point that you're making. But I wouldn't just wake up and just play it, like listen, driving in the car on the way to work or something.
That's fine. So
I like watching him because like I'm always looking at all those tattoos.
He's got a lot of tats.
Yeah.
He's
and
got
just
an inked up face.
Trying to figure out like how that person matches a conservative, I guess.
Do you know what? I happen to know a very good conservative.
Yeah.
Who's got a lot of tats. He's sitting right next to you, Sam.
Oh.
Sam's got a lot of ink. Yeah. Look at
he
look
has
at
two.
This is a terrible thing for the radio, but Sam actually has the skyline of Nashville tattooed on his arm.
Oh, yeah.
Which is pretty cool. I asked him if, he's going to update it because he did it a long time ago. And I asked him if he's going to update it with like all the cranes and the new buildings. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Do you have the
So if he wants to, maybe if he wants to show it to the camera in there. But I love
Can we see your
how he's got
arm?
Nashville tattooed on the side of his arm. That is a true Nashvilleian.
That's not it. So this is a wave. Here you go. Can you see this?
This is on radio, and it's terrible for the people
I
on the radio.
know.
But you know what? If you want to see it on YouTube, you can watch us on Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, X, 997, WTN.com, and again, our favorite YouTube, where you can chat with us live and also answer the Daily Dan poll. Today's poll, by the way, is who would you rather run for the Democrats against, who's the most beatable? Whoever's going to run for the Republicans, you've got either J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Ron DeSantis. Those are my three. And who would you rather them run against? The devil in California, Gavin Newsom, or Kamala Harris? And last I checked, a good number, and Louis, if you'd like to update me, vast majority of folks are saying Kamala Harris thus far.
Yeah, still 75% saying Kamala Harris and 25% Newsom.
So there you go. All right, it is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, today it is going to be hot. Luckily it's going to be one of the last days that we have this heat, apparently for a few days anyway. Sunny and hot. Heat advisory still in place until tonight due to a high of 98. Feeling like 105, humidity 40%, or as we like to say, a bad hair day. And appreciate
If
you
you
listening
have hair.
to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. We have another example of an illegal alien truck driver killing Americans. And this is a horrifying story. And it's horrifying for a number of different reasons. But number one is because this particular truck driver got his driver's license in the state of California. So if you want to, we're going to describe it for you. But what happened is this guy, he's from India. Oh, that's right. I can do this. All right. So I don't have any audio for this, but I do have video. So what this guy is doing, he's from India. He's a truck driver, came into this country illegally, and he's trying to make an illegal U-turn in this truck as he's driving in Florida. He makes the illegal U-turn, and an SUV hits him full on as he's making this illegal U-turn and kills 3 people. He's blocking the entire road, and that SUV slams right into the car. Joan kills those 3 people. And the amazing thing is, and Joan and I were talking about this in the 5, the amazing thing is, he doesn't even react. When this SUV slams into this into his truck, he's like, "Oh, I guess I'll go ahead and put it in park and maybe get out of the truck and see if everybody's okay." Killed 3 people.
Oh, and he's got another guy in the truck with him.
He does. He had another dude in the passenger seat.
Is the other dude also an illegal alien?
I mean, one would assume. Harjinder Singh was processed for expedited removal by the Trump administration. By the way, he did come in through the Trump administration during the first Trump administration. That's when he came across the southern border. He was processed for expedited removal by Trump administration number 1. He did claim fear of going back to India. Apparently, they confirmed that fear, allowed him to stay, but then he got his driver's license in California. But again, here's the other thing. He comes in under Donald Trump, but he had asked for work authorization under Donald Trump, and the Trump administration actually said no to that. And so you have a situation where, yes, he did indeed come under the Trump administration. That part is true, but then the Biden administration allowed him to get that work permit or whatever it is as they authorized him to work. And it is horrifying. And it is one of those things where you look at what's happening and you see how many of these guys are behind the wheel of these trucks. We've seen these things over and over and over again. And so it's clearly frustrating for anybody who has been watching this, because how many of these guys, over 1 million, actually have driver's licenses that can more than likely not even speak English? This is from Newsweek. California's Assembly Bill 60, enacted in 2015, allows undocumented immigrants to apply for a driver's license if they can provide proof of identity in California residency. These licenses are marked not for federal identification. This is a horrific tragedy. American Trucking Association's Chief Operating Officer Dan Horvath telling Newsweek, it is a horrific tragedy. It never should have happened. While an investigation is underway, this driver's blatant disregard for highway safety and the rules of the road make clear he should never have been behind the wheel to begin with. And that is absolutely true. And so, this is, again, just another instance where we have Americans dead because of illegal aliens, and this particular issue, illegal aliens behind the wheel of a car. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7. Joan, what you got?
We've got President Trump saying that he has started arrangements for that meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Details coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for Specialty Coatings. Listen, if you are a business owner, if your concrete floors need a little love, my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help you. They specialize in concrete floor coatings, polished concrete. They've been doing this for 30 years, friends. Listen, you need to take a good look at your floors in your business. If they look terrible, if they need a lot of love, Specialty Coatings can help you, because that is a reflection on your business. If it looks dirty, people might just turn around and walk out of your business. You've probably, by the way, as far as Specialty Coatings go, you've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done work in all the major sports stadiums across Tennessee, the arenas and the convention centers as well. Just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across the state. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and so much more. Now, they're not some fly-by-night company. A couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. They've got the equipment and the skilled installers to do your job, and do your job right and on time and on budget. No matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings, they can fix it. And each project is customized to your building, your business, and your needs. 615-591-9491 for Specialty Coatings. Please, as always, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-591-9491. You can email them, sales@specialtycoat.com, and you can see examples of all of their work, specialtycoat.com. 5:58. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN talking about that U-turn illegal alien truck driver that killed 3 people. And I do actually have some more on this story coming up after the news at 7 because Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has chimed in on this. Hey, Joan.
Yo.
I had a hottie slide into my DMs.
I hope it was Amy.
No, it's somebody named Vanessa.
Uh-oh.
You know what she says?
She's looking for your credit card?
Seeing that you have appeared in my friend recommendations many times, I'm curious. Do we know each other?
That's funny. I got the same thing.
So you know what I do? I texted back and I said, do people actually fall for this? At what point will you ask for my credit card? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what this is. And this is more of a public service announcement to my fellow old guys. Please understand, this is not somebody trying to hit on you. They are trying to rip you off.
Yes, I'm glad you said that because I responded to this woman like, oh, okay, well, we have a common friend, and any friend of his is a friend of mine. And then she said, any friendship starts out with strangers. You can call me by my Ukrainian name, Natalia. And it went on from there. That's when I realized I had been scammed.
All right. Very good, Joan. Thank you very much. All right, it is 7 o'clock. Joan Jones with the news right now on WTN.
Good morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Want to let you know that fire, the semi-truck that's on fire on 65 southbound is still there. It's in Madison, just before Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 92. Now they've got 3 right lanes blocked, there on 65 southbound, and it is slow in that area. A lot of folks are complaining about this one. So careful, and you may need some extra time heading in this morning if you take 65 south. In the news, we are looking at another stifling day of heat and humidity, but this will be the last one of this current heat wave. Here's WSMV4's Stefano DiPietro.
Not as bad as it is earlier this week. So the heat index today is still going to be well into the triple digits. Over the next few days, the heat does begin to back off. So we'll still feel like we're well into the 90s, and it will still be in the 90s. But by next week, there's even bigger relief coming.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. His full forecast is coming up right after the news. Days after a devastating fire at the Slate apartment homes in Belleview, we're learning that most of the buildings there don't have fire sprinklers. Buildings built before 1989 weren't required to have sprinklers. Channel 4's Courtney Allen picks it up from there.
Older buildings are only required to get up to current code if there is a significant renovation.
I don't know if it's anything criminal, it's just negligible.
There is one newer looking building at Slate Apartments with sprinklers that the city said was clearly built under the current codes. We asked the complex owned by Brookside Properties if the building was renovated after another massive fire that happened here back in 2018, and whether they'd also consider adding sprinklers to the older buildings. No response yet.
Yeah, 10 families lost their homes at the Slate Apartments on Sunday. A fundraiser has been organized with the Belleview Community Foundation. President Trump said that he has started arrangements for a meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, the goal, of course, is to end Moscow's war on its neighbor. Trump's announcement followed a meeting with Zelensky and European leaders at the White House that took place yesterday.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying he is ready to have a face-to-face meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin.
I said always so. Ukraine will never stop on the way to peace.
Trump says he called Putin after the meeting and began making arrangements for a meeting between Zelensky and Putin, hoping there will ultimately be a trilateral meeting between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia.
I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
Inside the White House, Trump and Zelensky navigating the roadblocks to peace.
That is ABC's Lionel Moisey reporting. And a reminder for folks living near tobacco barns. If you see smoke billowing out of the top of the barns, it's just tobacco curing season. Smoky Barn News reports that folks traveling through sometimes mistake the smoke for a barn fire, and then they call police, and every call must be investigated. Fire officials are saying their resources can be stretched thin by unnecessary calls. Market numbers report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures picked up a little bit here this morning. They're plus 51 right now. The NASDAQ futures are down 23, and the S&P futures, they're minus 2. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Loan Pronto. Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage, watching your hard-earned money vanish every single month? Well, stop right now. At Loan Pronto, they are delivering the lowest mortgage rates in 3 years. Now, Loan Pronto's rate reduction home loan program is a streamlined, low-cost way to slash your house payments by hundreds of dollars every single month. Now, you can lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.99% APR and close in as little as 2 weeks. No appraisal is needed in most cases. And here's the kicker. You can skip your next 2 house payments entirely. Now, don't wait. Rates this low won't last. Call Loan Pronto right now for your free, no-obligation quote. Loan Pronto, of course, is amazing. Lower payments, more money in your pocket, and a fresh start with a better mortgage. Call them at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com to lock in your new low rate and skip those next 2 payments. Don't let high rates hold you back. 615-499-5780. You can find them online anytime. Loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Oh, yeah. Now let's do the traffic. So we've got that problem this morning on 65 southbound lanes in Madison. That is a semi-truck on fire. Ooh, they just changed it. Looks like only one right lane is blocked now before Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 92. So it is very backed up, but it's about to get a little bit better this morning. We're looking at delays, too. If you're traveling on 24 in the eastbound lanes, they stop being so backed up around the Joelton area. So not sure if there's a problem in that area. If you're traveling 24 westbound at Laverne, looks like it's a very backed up area as well, and not sure if there's something in the roadway there. Traveling through the Brentwood area on 65 northbound, that looks like it's beginning to slow down. That's normal volume delays. And 40 heading west, that is really jammed up as well this morning. So those delays are starting to heat up now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTNR. Joan, I found the audio of this hot mic moment.
Yeah.
So we're going to do that after I do this. Real quickly, because we're a lot of illegal aliens in the news today, and is it ever good news when we talk about illegal aliens? No. So we've been talking about this Harjinder Singh. Now, he is the guy from India who, if you're just joining us, he was trying to do an illegal U-turn in an 18-wheeler, and a car just slammed into it, killed 3 people. Without going through the entire story yet again, basically, he got his driver's license, an illegal alien, right? Gets his driver's license in California where they allow such moronacy.
Is that a word?
Yes, it is. Actually.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. If not, it is now. So, but a lot of moronacy happens in California. And so the California state legislature, the governor at the time signed it into office, the whole thing. So now this guy, I think he's supposed to be in court today, but a lot of people are talking about the illegal alien truck drivers. And it is a big issue because remember, Joan, that I talked about that big crash in Austin, Texas back in March.
Yeah.
Where that dude could barely speak English and he killed 5 people. 5 people. That illegal alien killed 5 people back in March. And these kinds of stories, they are, I mean, I hate to say it, but it just gets to the point where every few weeks you see another one of these stories and it's like, oh, God, there's another one. And so it gets incredibly frustrating. So Ron DeSantis needs some video. Ron DeSantis was on with Laura Ingraham last night. And I tell you, friends, this really does show the difference between liberal and conservative rule. Because liberal rule is such that, oh, sure, you're an illegal alien. Come on in. We'll give you a driver's license so that you can drive an 18-wheeler. This is Ron DeSantis. This is what he had to say. Of course, this accident was in Florida.
Well, he's in California. We are working with the federal government to extradite him back to Florida. He will face incredibly severe charges here, and then he will be deported. But I will tell you that where was the role of the company in all of this? I don't think this guy spoke English. He clearly didn't know what he was doing behind the wheel. And yes, you shouldn't be giving illegals driver's license. We don't allow that in Florida. California does. They've issued probably over 1 million licenses to illegals in recent years.
Can you imagine that? 1 million. 1 million driver's licenses to illegals, as Ron DeSantis says, in recent years. So how many times did we say, as we were covering Joe Biden's open border policy, we are going to be suffering the consequences for years to come? And, how many Americans are going to have to die? But people are actually saying that on the socials, by the way, saying to, the likes of Ron DeSantis, but really for any Democrat, whether it is, you talk about Matt Murphy, nincompoops in the news, any Democrat, anybody with a D next to their name is a nincompoop to me these days. I mean, far worse than a nincompoop in my estimation. But, when you look at what the Democrats, always like to say as it relates to, say, for example, gun control. If we can only save one life, well, what about illegal immigration? I mean, I've been saying this for years. What about illegal immigration? How many people, how many Americans need to lose their lives before the Democrats, realize that we need to do something? There's a horrible story in the news today. It's been percolating in the last couple of days, but, here in Nashville, and I apologize for the very graphic story, but there's a guy named Mohammed out of Somalia who horrifically raped a woman who later died. I wonder what her immigration status is. I wonder what Mohammed's immigration status is. He's from Somalia. Somalia has a horrible rape culture. and they're coming into our country. So then you would ask the question, right? You'd ask the question of, the Democrats here in the city of Nashville and the state of Tennessee. All right, so let's just look at this dude from Somalia. And again, I don't know what his immigration status is, but if he by chance happens to be here illegally, well, is this the kind of person that the Democrats here in the state of Tennessee and the city of Nashville, people like Heidi Campbell and Afton Bain and the rest of these people, is this the kind of behavior that you support by people that are in our city and in our state illegally? Because these are the people that you're trying to protect. These are the people that they are trying to hide from ICE. It's true. So the Democrats, if we could only save one life, okay, so what about this woman that died after being, assaulted by this, this guy from Somalia? It's a horrifying story. As far as Ron DeSantis goes and the governor for the state of Florida, he is continuing, and I think this is very important because that Gavin Newsom is running for president, right? So this is a very important story because we need to draw the distinction. And I think the distinction, more than ever, Joan, am I over my skis on this? I don't believe that there's ever been more of a distinction between the Democrats and the Republicans than right now.
Not in my lifetime.
Not in my lifetime either. I mean, you are either pro-safety or you are pro-criminal. And you can expand that to any number of issues. And so for Ron DeSantis, he's calling out Gavin Newsom. He's calling out the state of California when you compare it to the state of Florida.
But to have somebody like that on our roadways putting people in jeopardy, yes, criminally prosecute him, the illegal, 100%. But I think it's got to go beyond that, and I think we got to get tougher on this nationally. One of the frustrations we've had in Florida, we don't recognize illegal alien driver's license from any other state. We don't issue them from our state. We don't recognize any ID cards issued by local governments, NGOs, you name it. We've tried to create an environment that makes it inhospitable for people to want to come illegally and come to Florida. California's done the opposite. Yep. They're inviting people to come to this country illegally. They'll pay for your health care. You get in-state tuition. You get all these benefits, some of which American citizens don't even get. But ultimately, I think you're going to need the Congress to use the power of the purse and defund states like California that are sanctuary states and they're similar cities, because we're trying to do the right thing, and yet we have to bear the costs from their misguided policies.
Well, and there's a lot of folks that have, paid the ultimate price with their lives at the hands of these illegal aliens, and the Democrats support it, and it is absolutely stunning to me. By the way, what Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary, had to say about all this is coming up. 7:17, time to check the roads on WTN.
Madison, 65 southbound before Old Hickory Boulevard. We've got a tractor-trailer fire. Right lane is closed. Stop traffic from Louisville Highway. Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. There's an accident blocking the right shoulder. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather for today, it's going to be another hot one. Sunny and hot. Heat advisory still in place until this evening due to a high of 98, feeling like 105, and your humidity is going to be 40%. And then, Joan, we get into cooler temperatures coming up, right?
We do. Now, by cooler, I mean like 90.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Right. And it gets a little lower after the weekend. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean, we're heading into a nice
cool streak.
Sure, for a little while.
All right, Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary. Last thing on the illegal alien truck drivers that are killing people across America. Fun topic this morning. Sean Duffy was on a podcast, and this is what he said about what the administration is trying to do.
The last administration didn't give a damn.
There
was no. They were letting everyone in, and then giving work permits, green cards, and then let people come in and go get CDLs and compete with American drivers. They were the problem. And now we have to look at the data and go, how do we unwind this? How do we put rules in place to protect the American driver, not the international driver.
And now the question is, and I don't know if it's a legitimate question or not, and Joan, maybe you have some perspective on this. I certainly don't. But you hear that we have a trucker shortage in this country, right? I hear that all the time. But then you hear from the truckers who will say, no, there actually is no shortage. And it's just like with the tech industry. Remember, we talked about the tech industry a few weeks ago, where they will claim that there is a shortage, but then they'll fire a bunch of Americans and they'll bring a bunch of people in here from India on visas to replace the American workers at a lower cost. I've had so many truckers when I would do Red Eye Radio, for example, and you got a lot of overnight truckers listening to that show. Every time, and I've done it a couple of times now when I fill in for the guys, where I'll ask the question, is there or is there not a trucker shortage? Because I'm hearing completely opposite narratives, and I don't know which one is true. Do we actually have a trucker shortage or do we not? And a lot of truckers would call in, and I kid you not, I remember this moment. I had one trucker that came in, and he said, absolutely, we have a trucker shortage. And he and I spoke about it for about 2 minutes. And he said, this is the reason why you have these trucking companies that are, signing on with these, organizations in California that give these driver's licenses, these CDLs, I guess you call them, to illegal aliens because we need the drivers. But then another guy came right back and said, very next call, and said, no, that other guy is wrong. It's a bunch of horse pucky. We actually... we have a lot of Americans that are willing to drive, but they can hire these other guys for cheaper. I don't know what the story is.
So the American Trucker Association says that there is, and these guys represent big trucking companies, and said that right now there is a shortage in 2024 of about 60,000 drivers.
Okay.
And it should grow to 82,000 shortage by the end of 2025.
So people do they just not want to be truckers? Like here in America?
Well, one of the issues is the long hours away from home.
Right.
That prevents a lot of people from doing it. There's a regulation that requires drivers to be at least 21 to do interstate work.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the things that they've been looking at changing.
Yes.
So that younger drivers can get out there on the roads as well. So there's a couple of things that, plus... to make money, you need to be on the road as much as you can.
Right.
And, there's also limits on, I think, the number of hours that you can drive at one time.
Yeah, they've put restrictions on the number of hours. You're right. And that's an interesting question. I remember myself at 18, and I was pretty much of a knucklehead. I mean, that was me at 18.
You're invincible at that age.
Sure. Now, for me, not much has changed as far as being a knucklehead. But, 18 to 21... is that really too young to be a truck driver? And I don't know the answer to that question. What do you think? Do you think it's too young? What do people think on the super text line, 615-737-9986?
If you take new drivers on who are young and they have to be schooled. I mean, they have to go through your school to learn how to be a driver in your company.
Mm-hmm.
And what's expected of you.
All right. So what I would like to know, I'm not going to take any calls on this, but in the YouTube chat and also on the super text line is 615-737-9986. Let's do an informal poll. Do you believe, and Louie's watching the YouTube chat, so let us know. Do you think that we should lower the age of truck drivers down to 18 years old? I mean, it's a heck of a lot better than having all these illegal aliens behind the wheel, isn't it? That's what I would say. 7:23, Joan's got the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, a man is dead after an attempted break-in at a Christiana home. And what political analysts are saying about the Texas redistricting fight now. All of that and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. Now, listen, if you've got a special occasion coming up, you need a special gift, Brentwood Jewelry is your place to go. Now, guys, for the lady in your life They've got necklaces and bracelets and rings and earrings. And for the guys, money clips and cufflinks. And of course, Brentwood Jewelry has watches for everyone and every budget. Now, here's one of the things that I really love about Brentwood Jewelry. If you've got a family heirloom, maybe an old watch that needs repair, maybe a ring that needs to be reset, well, Brentwood Jewelry, they can do that for you. They've got great merchandise, terrific prices for every budget. Now, Brentwood Jewelry, it's a family-owned business that's been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and they are here to help you. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
O'Brien.
727 on WTN. Guys over 40, if you are running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, Low T Center is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. Now, you know that they've got clinics all over Nashville, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you. Now, you can get treatments at the clinic, or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care. Right now, you can get a free consultation from Low T Center. And if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. By the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That is lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Lots of folks commenting, Joan, on whether or not the age should be lowered for truck drivers down to the age of 18. Yeah. So Jay on the Super Text line says, I had my CDL for 22 years, she says. I didn't have an A, but she says I had a B. She says, I think that at 18, you are perfectly capable of learning a new trade. She says, I don't see a problem with that. Now, we've also been watching the Super Text line, and what do people say there? The YouTube chat. Louis, this is you.
Yeah.
So, someone says, as a former driver, the age should definitely not be lowered. Pay and incentives need to be improved, and it's a demanding life and hard on families. But someone else said that it's okay for an 18-year-old to be in the military and drive a truck, but not on the roads.
That's a great point.
Yeah,
that is a great
terrific point.
Mm-hmm. And again, I'll say it, better than illegal aliens. All right, got to go to the news on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A trilateral meeting between the presidents of Russia, the U.S., and Ukraine is possible within the next 2 weeks. Now, that's according to German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Now, when it does happen, Tennessee U.S. Senator Bill Hagerty thinks that territory Russia has taken will need to be given up to achieve an end to the war in Ukraine.
Well, the last thing I want to do is make any excuses for Putin. But at the same time, there are portions of Ukraine that are Russian-speaking. You think about Crimea. Look, Putin took Crimea in 2014 under Obama. For Zelensky to say that's got to come back as part of the deal, that's never been a very realistic claim.
Senator Hagerty there speaking on the Matt Murphy Show yesterday. An investigation is underway after a shooting at a Christiana home that left a man dead. WSMV4's Alexandria Adams.
Happened on Saturday. Authorities telling us the man forcefully tried to enter the home when a guest of that home grabbed a gun and shot him several times. No, so far, the sheriff's office has not released that person's name.
The man who allegedly tried to break in has not been identified either. The sheriff's office says that he's from Rutherford County. A Texas bill to change the state's congressional district map advanced last night, hours after Texas Democrats returned to the state. That return ends a 2-week standoff over the issue.
At this stage, it looks like enough Democrats will be there for this session to continue to redraw those maps in a way that as many as 5 additional Republicans would be added to the delegation. So Democrats are saying that they won this battle by getting people to pay attention, by highlighting the inequities here, but it does look like they're going to lose the war because they still don't have the votes. They still don't have the real political power to stop what Republicans are trying to do in their state.
That's ABC's Rick Klein. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan, and it is 7:33 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Joan, coming up, I do have that audio that CNN is breathlessly reporting that Donald Trump was caught on a hot mic. What did the president say? We'll talk about that coming up on Nashville's Morning News. A complete update, by the way, on Russia and Ukraine is straight ahead. The Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, listen, right now, if you are suffering from chronic back and neck pain, maybe some knee pain as well, they can help you out at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. And right now, for a great price, $12. That's it. $12 gets you a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. So if you have back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness, or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers and toes, they can help you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Their state-of-the-art non-surgical spinal decompression machines, they can help you. No surgery, no spinal injections, no painkillers. Again, just therapy that is going to help you. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out and get the special $12 for that comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. This is where I went to begin my life pain-free. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. It is back to school time, and that means that Busy Bee, they are bringing the buzz with huge savings and, yes, sweet giveaways as well. Now, if you've got septic issues, now is the time to get it fixed. You can get 15% off any septic work, main drain lines, or whole home repipes. That's right, 15% off. That is huge. Now, you can also upgrade your HVAC system and get entered to win the Healthy Hive giveaway. That is a $1,500 sponsorship to the local school of your choice. Now, you can join the Beehive Club, and you can gift a free membership to a local teacher, coach, or faculty member as well. Buy one, gift one. It is just that simple. Breathe easier with $100 off indoor air quality products as well. The savings go on and on with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them as always. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. I've been a customer and a Beehive member for years. 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Okay, so we have some delays going on this morning, especially if you're in Jolton on 24 eastbound side at the Harper Road overpass. That's where you've got a crash, and the left lane is blocked off there. Hermitage on I-40 westbound at Stewart's Ferry Pike. That's another crash, and it takes out the right shoulder. Madison, that was that tractor-trailer fire, 65 southbound before Old Hickory Boulevard. The right shoulder still remains blocked off, but those delays are beginning to ease. Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, exit 87. The right shoulder is taken out by a crash there as well. And at the Eastern Split, you've got a crash that takes out the right shoulder at 24 eastbound, right at the I-40 exit 52A and B. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.738 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Louie, I'm going to need that water. If you could go run get me some hot water, please. Thank you. So we have some audio that CNN is breathlessly reporting, Joan. So I listened to this. Yeah. This was like a hot mic moment. And so CNN and in other places as well, it was like in my stack, but at the bottom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't find this all that compelling. By the way, all of our audio is now on video as well. So if you want to see some of this stuff, watch us on YouTube, X, Twitch, Rumble, 997WTN.com, etc. Facebook too. So here it is. And I think he's speaking to Macron. Listen.
Yeah. To set up a trilat, you know. So.
And whether you
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds. Just sit down. Sit down, everybody.
So he said, I think that Putin wants to make a deal for me. Thank you. As crazy as it sounds. That's what Donald Trump said. It's pretty clear, too. I mean, let me play it one more time. And
whether you
I think he wants to I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds. Just sit down. Sit down, everybody. Okay. I think we'll let the press come in for a minute.
All right, so there you go. So I think he wants to make a deal for me, as crazy as it sounds. Is it me, Joan? I'm having a hard time, getting all excited about this. I don't see this as some sort of a conspiracy or whatever.
I'm not sure what they're trying to imply by making this so. But they've done the same thing in the past with other things, like when the president was on the phone with Ukraine, was it? And they said that this
when they
was
tried to impeach him?
Right. This is the quid pro quo.
Oh, the quid pro quo?
Yeah, they wanted to make a big deal out of that. Like there was, and all along I was thinking to myself, what's the big deal here? He's saying exactly what he should be saying as a leader. And so, I feel the same way about this. He's speaking in terms of, yes, Russia wants to make a deal for him, whatever,
I don't, I mean, okay, can we all just be honest? Donald Trump has at times a very, how would you describe the way that Donald Trump sometimes speaks? Like it's just, he weaves, he takes the long way around. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. And I'm going to say this, it's not because he's got a diminishing faculties like Joe Biden did. He's always done this. Now, I don't know if it's getting worse or not. It doesn't seem like it is to me anyway. But sometimes he says things and his words just are, it's just a different vernacular that he uses. You know what I'm saying? He phrases things just oddly is the only way that I can say it. I'm not off base. Am I on that, Joan?
I just don't think. No.
Yeah. So what did you say? You said, were you making fun of me or were you making fun of Trump?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, heck no.
All right. Anyway. So I don't think that's a big deal. I wonder, listen, Super Text line is open. If you think this is a big deal, then I would love to know. And maybe, you can explain maybe what I'm not getting about this story as well. Because, again, I just don't see the big deal. Now, talking about a big deal, you want to talk about, and you used the word, Joan, the word leader yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump exhibited clear leadership yesterday. I love that the president, he was clearly a leader when you looked at the room that he was in with all of the European leaders in there. Donald Trump was clearly the top dog. I mean, he took charge and he was ready for everybody. And he asked people, around the room, what do you think and what are you looking for out of these meetings and so on. And I think that the president, he had a great meeting with Vladimir Zelensky as well. And so there's a lot of people, and maybe when some of you folks were them, who were saying, well, Friday was nothing but a crap show. Nothing happened. What a letdown. Because I know some conservatives who actually said that. Now, I don't know if any, just so we're clear, I don't know what other hosts say on this station. So if you're thinking I'm calling out other hosts, I'm truly not. I don't know what other hosts are saying about anything. I'm usually sleeping. So, but there are a lot of people out there that have said, oh, there's nothing going to happen. Or when Friday happened and he came away without a deal, a lot of people said that it was an embarrassment, a train wreck, and the president was not able to come away with what he wanted, which was a peace deal. Well, have they changed their mind now? Now that you've had all of these European leaders, and I think I saw something on the socials. I don't know if this is true. We have never had such a contingent of European leadership in the White House at one time. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I saw. But clearly, you have all of these leaders wanting to get something done. And Zelensky was there as well. And he walks in, and Trump has a map of Ukraine with 20% of Ukraine going to Russia. And Zelensky didn't look too thrilled. But here's the deal. He's going to have to do something. Because there's a lot of people dying. And what I love, and it's a video here, Peter Doocy actually asked this question of Vladimir Zelensky. Listen very closely, because what Doocy asks is, are you prepared to send more Ukrainian troops to die without really any negotiation?
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
That is a rough question. Are you going to agree to redraw the map, or are you going to allow more Russian troops to die? Now, you'll notice the first thing that Vladimir Zelensky says.
Thank you for your question.
I don't think he's thankful for the question. I think he was trying to figure out, oh, crap, how am I going to answer this? And this is what he said. Actually, I'm going to have more of that audio bite coming up. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, sunny, hot, heat advisory still in place until tonight due to a high of 98, feeling like 105, 40% humidity. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Peter Ducey asking a banger of a question. Are you prepared to continue to send Ukrainian troops to die and you are unwilling to redraw the map? And this is the Ukrainian leader's answer.
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral.
All right, so basically he didn't really answer the question because from what I can tell, he is really going to have to be convinced to allow that map to be redrawn. Basically what he said, and I know that English is not his first language, obviously, but what he said is Ukraine is always under attack, that Ukraine has had a lot of injured and deaths, and he does want to stop this war, and he's looking forward to some sort of a diplomatic solution. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this, but Russia bombed the living crap out of Ukraine yesterday. And if you want to listen to what Ukraine is saying and Zelensky is saying, Vladimir Putin bombed a bunch of residential buildings in Ukraine, calling it a cynical attack. As he is there, as Zelensky is there in the office with Donald Trump and all these European leaders, Vladimir Putin, as he has done time and again, he was bombing Ukraine. And I think clearly those are messages. There's also a big story from the Daily Mail that came out overnight that Vladimir Putin may be backing out of even having a phone call or having a bilateral, a two-way discussion with Zelensky. As a matter of fact, the headline is this: Moscow refuses to commit to Putin-Zelensky peace talks, saying 40-minute phone call with Donald Trump was only fairly constructive, as Finland's prime minister questions if untrustworthy Kremlin leader has the courage needed to act following the U.S.-led bid to end the Ukraine war. So that is what the Daily Mail is reporting. The big question is, when it comes to Zelensky, what is he willing to sacrifice? Is he willing to give up those eastern regions? 20% of his country would fall under Russian control. And obviously he is in a tough spot, but giving up land to end wars, I mean, there's certainly precedent for that. Finland versus the Soviet Union, 1939 and 40. Finland was invaded by the Soviets. They had to cede about 11% of their land, and they called it a pragmatic move. That would be exactly what this is with Ukraine. They had to avoid, in Finland, they had to avoid full occupation by giving up 11% of their land. Germany, of course, lost territories after they were beaten by the Allies in 1919. That was post-World War I. And Israel gave up land after the Yom Kippur War back in 1973, basically giving it back to Egypt. And so, but here's the deal, is that all of these are very unique situations. They are their own, cases. But bottom line is, yes, leaders have had to give up land in order to stop a war because, you know what? It is just, it's pragmatic. And here with, and in case you haven't figured it out, I am all for ending this war. And if he's got to give up 20% of his land, then I'm sorry to say I don't like to see Vladimir Putin win. I'm not a Putin puppet by any stretch of the imagination. But you know what? We got to get this thing over with. That's what needs to happen. I'm with Donald Trump. Enough of the dying. So you either need to come to an agreement and cede the land, or you continue fighting with no end in sight, or Ukraine, NATO, Europe, and the United States end this war militarily by going in really hard. Militarily. But then if we do that, then guess what? China's up for play. And North Korea, and perhaps, I don't know, maybe Iran also joins in the fight. We don't want to be in the middle of World War III. In other words, B and C are not an option to me. It's got to be A. You got to come to an agreement, and you've got to end. I played the you got to end this battle. Joe Scarborough even said, and I played this audio earlier, Joe Scarborough was on the air yesterday, and, you know, he is no fan of Donald Trump, but even he said that, you know what? Even Joe Biden, even the Biden administration spoke about how Donald Trump is right, that Zelensky does need to give up some land.
By the way, let's underline two things here. Just again, to set expectations, to be realistic. Even during the Biden administration, every Biden official, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, says they're going to have to give up land. They're not going to like giving up land, but they're going to have to give up land, number one. Number two, they're not going to become members of NATO. There may have been people writing articles in the Wall Street Journal or elsewhere saying they have to be members of NATO, but you go around to every European leader, that was never going to happen. But there was an idea of a quasi-NATO type guarantee, and they need that guarantee. And if they get that guarantee, if they have the guarantee that Putin's not going to reload and then come back in, that would be considered, I think, at the end, a win for Ukraine, would it not?
So that is the question. If we ultimately end up providing this NATO-like protection for Ukraine and this war ends, and the question is, okay, so is that really what we want to do? Well, I would agree with you on that. But you know what? We have troops in Japan and other parts of the world. And for the, for the people of Ukraine, there was a new poll out. 70% of Ukrainians, they do want to see this war come to an end. Zelensky was also asked, and I thought this was a great question. He was asked if he is open to holding an election once the war ends. Now, the reason why this is important is because right now Ukraine is under martial law, and under martial law in the Constitution there in Ukraine, it's been there since 2015, you are not allowed to hold an election if the country is under martial law. And so you've got Zelensky, who was supposed to be out of office last year, or at least up for re-election last year, but that election was postponed because they were in, obviously, the middle of this war.
Upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now, so you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections. Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
you like this idea?
Yeah.
So, of course, Donald Trump, Joan, absolutely triggering the Democrats by that joke about, wait a minute, so if we're at war, then no more elections. And everybody, of course, laughs rather uneasily. Anyway, it is 7:54. I thought that was funny as all get out. 7:54, Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, U.S. warships have been deployed in another corner of the world. We'll tell you what's going on there. Also, an arrest after an online threat that shut down some schools around here yesterday. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:55, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Zentex, you know that your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zentex can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer for my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zentex. Now, this can help the older folks in your life, and a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, a little bit about Zentex. I'm going to tell you why. This is the company you want to go through when you remodel your bathroom. They've been family-owned and operated for 25 years. But from an ethical standpoint, these folks are the top of the line. They were the 2022 winner of the Better Business Bureau Torch Awards for ethics. And last year, they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry. Now, that says a lot about Zentex, and that is why I put my trust behind them. Your work is going to be done in a day or less, and right now, a great offer for my listeners. You mentioned WTN. You get a free Kohler toilet. You also get $999 off your bathroom project, or you can enjoy no interest for 2 years. Whatever works best for you. Zentex. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. Zentex.com.
For details.
7:58, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I'm being viciously attacked, Joan, on the super text line.
Oh, really?
I will address the attacks after your newscast.
Whoa.
At about 8:05 on Nashville's Morning News. All right, so it's now 7:58. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and yes, financing is available. Call them, 615-879-1952. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-879-1952. When the power is out in your neighborhood, your power is going to be on thanks to my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Find them online, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
Well, good morning. It's now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is an investigation underway right now after a hit-and-run crash along I-65 in North Nashville. Metro police are saying that a man was found on the roadway below Dickerson Pike Bridge. This happened just before midnight. He was taken to a hospital in critical condition. A woman on a bike was hit by a car yesterday in the very same Germantown crosswalk where another woman was hit and killed in June. Now, the bicyclist is expected to recover, but Metro police are searching for the driver who took off after the crash. Neighbors tell Channel 4 this crosswalk has been problematic.
I see near misses happen, maybe like 1 out of every 20 cars.
Wow, that's a lot. A Hawk system, which signals a red light when pedestrians are waiting at the crosswalk, that'll be installed there later this year. An update to a story that we brought you yesterday when Perry County schools closed their doors due to an online threat posted in a suicide chat room. Well, now a 17-year-old boy has been arrested for making that threat. The sheriff's office and Tennessee Office of Homeland Security were investigating after the boy allegedly posted that he had been bullied, had a gun, and was ready to end it all. Well, it's official. A judge has now placed Shelbyville's Uncle Nearest and its distillery under receivership after the founders, Faith and Keith Weaver, defaulted on $108 million in loans. Both sides, the Weavers and the Farm Credit Mid-America, have until tomorrow to make recommendations on who they think that receiver should be. Farm Credit says not only has the couple not repaid its loans, but it overstated its collateral by declaring it has more whiskey barrels than they actually do have, and by purchasing a $2 million home in Martha's Vineyard using funds meant for the business. We're learning about the deployment of U.S. destroyers off the coast of Venezuela. Reuters reports today the ships will arrive before the weekend as part of an effort to address threats from Latin American drug cartels. In February, the Trump administration designated several Latin American cartels as global terrorist organizations. About 4,000 sailors and Marines are expected to be part of this deployment. And happening this Saturday, a hiring event at Gaylord Opryland Resort, where nearly 200 seasonal employees are needed for the resort's presentation of A Country Christmas again this year. Job seekers can apply Saturday 10 to 4 at the resort on Opryland Drive. A Country Christmas runs from November 7th to January 3rd. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. And stocks about ready to trade about a half hour from now. And in the pre-market right now, the Dow futures are plus 90 points, but NASDAQ futures falling by 51. S&P futures are down by 5. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so you do have some problems this morning on 24, the eastbound side. This is in Jolton at Harper Road overpass. The left shoulder is blocked off by a crash in that area. It's attracting a lot of attention as well. And then in Pegram, you've got a crash on the right shoulder at 40 eastbound at McCrory Lane. That's exit 192. Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, exit 87. The right shoulder blocked off by a crash. And then the eastern split, also 24 eastbound, right at the exit for 52A and B. The right shoulder blocked off by a crash. One more at the Gulch. There's McGavick Street at 14th Avenue South. Watch out for an accident in that spot, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.809 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, people are yelling at me.
Well, Dan, tell them not to yell at you.
All caps and everything in the super text line. So
what'd you do now?
Well, I said that I believe that that Ukraine is going to have to give up some land. It's pragmatism.
Yeah.
So people are saying, well, what if it was Texas? Would you be willing to give up 20% of Texas? It's apples and oranges.
Yeah,
if it was Texas, right? I mean, that's not just me. It's apples and oranges. We are able to defend ourselves. We are able to ward off if Mexico suddenly decided they wanted to, reclaim parts of Texas. Then we would fight to, the death of Mexico and us, and there'd be a lot of fatalities and stuff. But I mean, we would fight to preserve our land, right? That's what we would do. Ukraine doesn't have the ability to defend itself. That's the difference between us and Texas and Ukraine and their eastern part of their country. So it's different. Apples and oranges. Somebody called me Chamberlain Mandis. No.
Oh,
come on, man. So I am though curious, I want to know, okay, so if you don't want Ukraine, this is the thing. The same people that will say that Ukraine shouldn't give up land are the same people that will say, well, we shouldn't be involved at all. Well then, okay, so what do you want the solution to be? Because if you want this war to just keep going, then, okay, Ukraine shouldn't cede any land, and we'll just keep playing this game for years to come until there's literally no one left in Ukraine to fight. And then Russia will get the entire nation. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is your solution then? That's what I would ask people. What is their solution? Because if you don't want Ukraine to cede land, you also don't want us to be involved, then, I suppose the answer then is it's Europe's problem and they should deal with it. That is a legit opinion, in my opinion. If this is closer to Europe than it is to us, clearly, and it's more important to them than it is to us, clearly, then if Vladimir Putin wants to take over all of Ukraine, there's some people that would say, not our problem here in America. Except that would more than likely lead to World War III. So I don't know. To me, this is the solution. You give up 20%. And by the way, if we ultimately end up in a security deal, I meant to say this earlier, we're going to get paid for that through the mineral deal. But part of the problem, and I realize there's a lot of problems here and it's very complicated, part of the problem is that those mineral wells, some of them, a good number of them, are right now in what would be considered Russian territory. So there is no easy solution here. Donald Trump says he has sort of set up a Putin-Zelensky meeting. Donald Trump is talking somewhere. Can you check Truth Social, Joan?
Yeah.
Because I think Donald Trump, CNN is calling this breaking news. Ukraine is not going to be part of NATO, which is something that the president has said. Mm-hmm. He also said, and I wrote this down, he has also said that American troops will not be on the ground in Ukraine. The president also says that Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky, are getting along better than he would have thought. So Trump is talking somewhere. I don't know where that is. Ukraine, I should say CNN, does not have any audio or video. So I'm wondering if the president is on Truth Social this morning doing what he does so well, which is typing things out. Are you on Truth Social?
I am.
Did he say anything? I'm just trying to figure out where they're getting all of this.
No, just a moment ago, well, a few moments ago now, he posted something about windmills in New Jersey.
Here's another one. Donald Trump, breaking news. Donald Trump, Zelensky has to show some flexibility.
Well, he's been on Fox and Friends.
Oh, is that where it is?
Yep.
Fox and Friends?
Yep.
All right, very good. Let me...
Let's go monitor that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me see. Let's see. All right. Yeah, 4281. You're right, Dan, about the whole thing.
Of course you were right, Dan.
Thing. Well, that's the first one that jumped out at me. I'm sure that there's a lot of others that are saying, you're wrong, Dan. By the way, Marco Rubio had something to say about all of this. Louis, do we have the video up? All right, coming up next, I'm going to play you some audio of Marco Rubio and what he has to say about all of this. He was on with Jesse Waters. That is coming up next, and that is on WTN. Time now, though, for the roads. As far as your weather for today, sunny and hot. Heat advisory still in place until tonight due to a high of 98. Going to feel like 105, humidity 40%. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Hey, Joan, would you remind me to ask Chris?
Yeah.
When the humidity is this high, does he have to put in more or less hair gel?
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll ask. Yeah, I'll remind you to ask.
Just remind me to ask Chris, won't you?
Yeah.
I say that with all due love and respect for Chris Hand.
Sure.
All right. No, I do. All right. Marco Rubio was speaking to Jesse Waters, and he spoke last night about this notion of a guaranteed protection, America for Ukraine. This is what Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, had to say.
Any sovereign country in the world has a right to enter into security alliances with other countries. You know, it's not just NATO. We have such alliances with South Korea. We have it with Japan. Other countries have it with each other. And so I think everyone would acknowledge, including, by the way, for the first time, the Russian side, under President Trump's sort of pressure or, a suggestion, is that in fact, Ukraine post-conflict has a right to enter into security agreements with other countries. And we will work with our European allies and non-European countries, by the way, to build such a security guarantee. We're working on that right now. We'll continue to work on that. And that'll be something that'll have to be in place after a peace deal, so that Ukraine can feel safe moving forward. And we're coordinating that as we speak. We're involved in the coordination of it. So, yeah, there are a number of countries that are willing to step forward and provide Ukraine security guarantees. But as the Ukrainians have said to us, and I think have said publicly, you know, the strongest security guarantee they can come up with their future is to have a strong military moving forward. And that's the other dynamic that's changed. We're no longer giving Ukraine weapons. We're no longer giving Ukraine money. We are now selling them weapons, and European countries are paying for it through NATO. They are using NATO to buy the weapons and transfer them to Ukraine. That's another big change from the way this war was approached just under the Biden administration, for example.
I mean, he's absolutely right. Marco Rubio is absolutely right. And, for me, when you listen to Marco Rubio, he does make a lot of sense. Now, we do have Louis. Have you sent me that? Louis has found the audio of Donald Trump on Fox and Friends, and I'm trying to. Louis, have you sent it yet? Have you sent it? All right, I haven't gotten it yet. So I want to play the audio of what Donald Trump had to say regarding Ukraine and all that, and I'm waiting for the email to come in from Louis. Have you seen Joan, the president, on Fox and Friends yet?
He's not there anymore on Fox and Friends, but there are some some great audio of him talking to the host at Fox and Friends, reiterating the terrible leader of California and the one in Illinois whose family threw him out of the business.
All right, so Pritzker?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I got one of them. So, that's from a while ago.
Yeah, it's hard. I can't believe it's gone by already, and we didn't even know it was.
The problem is that there's so many different videos of Donald Trump on Fox and Friends.
Yeah.
Do you have any of that audio?
I don't, but I could get it in a couple of minutes. It'll take me a minute or two to grab them.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, what is going on is the president saying that Putin and Zelensky are getting along better than he thought. Donald Trump says no troops on the ground in Ukraine. We also are reporting that Donald Trump is saying that he is sort of working on getting a meeting together with Putin and Zelensky, and other reporting that is out there right now, which is that, let's see, Moscow, there it is. Moscow refuses to commit to meeting with Zelensky. So is it just me, or there are like a lot of different versions of stories going on about how well this is going? You got Donald Trump that is saying, Putin and Zelensky are getting along better than I thought they would. That's number one. Then number two, Donald Trump says, I'm sort of, getting there, putting together a bilateral meeting between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. But then you have Moscow in the headlines this morning amongst some media outlets is they are refusing to commit to meeting with Zelensky. So I don't really know what in the world the real story is. I mean, I would tend to believe Donald Trump because he's the one that is actually speaking to Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. So there you go. We'll have to wait and see what happens. It is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up next, we will find some of that audio from Donald Trump.
I do have some of it for you.
Oh, you want to go ahead real quick and
play
some?
This is a response about the meeting or a conversation that he had with Putin after the meeting that he had at the White House yesterday.
We had a very good call, and I told him that we're going to set up a meeting with President Zelensky, and you and he will meet, and then after that meeting, if everything works out, okay, I'll meet and we'll wrap it up. But, it takes, in this case, two to tango. They have to have somewhat of a relationship. Otherwise, we're just wasting a lot of time. I don't want to be doing that I just want to end it. I want to end it. We're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers, some people as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns. But, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's a pretty. I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. We had a very.
Why would the president say that it's not looking good for him getting into heaven? That is so funny.
I don't know.
I mean, it's just such a bizarre thing to say. I mean, I think it's funny. But
Yeah.
I have another piece of audio from Don, and we're winging it here, friends. Let's see here. Let's see. This is Trump and Louis. You got this on the screen.
Care about the relationship. I do have a good.
Hold on. Let me rewind it a little bit and go. This is Donald Trump on Fox and Friends.
Your turf on your terms. I know yesterday you talked about arranging a meeting to take place in 2 weeks between Putin and Zelensky. Is there an update there, and do you plan to attend?
No, I thought I'd do first let them meet. You know, they haven't been exactly best friends. They haven't gotten along very well. And I called President Putin yesterday, and I do have a good relationship, but it only matters if we get things done. Otherwise, I don't care about the relationship. I do have a good relationship with him, but I want to get things done. You know, I've solved 7 wars. We ended 7 wars. I thought this would be one of the easier ones, and this has turned out to be the toughest one. India, Pakistan, I mean, these were big ones, and also all big ones, and some going for 31, 32 years, one for 35 years. The Congo, think of that, the Congo and Rwanda for 35 years. I got that one done. I got them all done, but this one is the one that is the most difficult, and I thought it would be an easy one. So I hope President Putin is going to be good, and if he's not, it's going to be a rough situation. And I hope that President Zelensky will do what he has to do. He has to show some flexibility also.
Yeah, that was a big deal when the president said, and that was CNN. You know, CNN is just irritated as all get out that they have to report that Donald Trump was on the competition, Fox News.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm
sure that bothers him a lot.
The president also saying that he's not sure he's going to get to heaven.
Well, I think,
I thought that was a very funny I don't know why. I think that's so funny. It's so random, right? Here's more from President Trump.
Thing is a mess. This was started by Joe Biden. This was a war that should have never happened. Millions of people are dead. The country's blown to pieces, Ukraine, and it's a shame. You know, my wife Melania wrote that beautiful note to President Putin about children. The children are devastated. They're taken away from their homes. The whole thing. And this is a war that would have never, ever, ever happened if we had a real president.
Joe Biden's who he's talking about.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that note about Melania's
note?
Do you know about this? Can you explain it to? Can you explain it to me real quick? I saw the headline and I didn't really look at it. I mean, obviously Melania has written Vladimir Putin a great note. Impact minimal because Putin is
still
last night bombing residential areas in Ukraine. So
she said in her letter, Dear President Putin, every child, I'm trying to read it in its tiny print, every child shares the same quiet dreams in their hearts, whether born randomly. Oh, my goodness. It's so tiny. I cannot read this print. Okay, here we go.
This is why Joan hates working with me.
No, Dan, you know I love working with you. With a capital O. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Every child shares the same quiet dream in their heart, whether born randomly into a nation's rustic countryside or a magnificent city center. They dream of love, possibility, and safety from danger. As parents, it's our duty to nurture the next generation's hope. As leaders, the responsibility to sustain our children extends beyond the comfort of a few. Undeniably, we must strive to paint a dignity-filled world for all so that every soul may wake to peace and so that the future itself is perfectly guarded.
Do you know what's so weird? So I found the letter. It's very beautifully written.
It is beautifully written.
Is it just me or is her signature exactly like Donald Trump's?
It is kind of like Donald Trump's.
How does that happen?
They've been together for a while. It's like when you own a dog for a long time, you begin to look like your dog.
What? What did you just say?
Haven't you seen that before?
No, repeat what you just said. You said that people start to look like their dogs.
Yeah, haven't you seen these comparisons?
I've never in my life seen that or heard that.
Have you heard that before?
Louis, have you heard that?
No.
I have heard it before.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Dan, you need to be culturally filled.
Oh, I need to be culturally filled. You're saying that people look like they're dogs after a certain amount of time. I don't. Do you think I look like Bandit?
Well, Bandit has pretty short hair. You want to read the last line of this letter? I love this. In protecting the innocence of these children, you will do more than serve Russia alone. You serve humanity itself. Such a bold idea transcends all human division, and you, Mr. Putin, are fit to implement this vision with a stroke of the pen today. It is time. I love that.
So I just posted. I've got the letter on YouTube if you want to see it. But yeah, you know what I should have done had we planned this? I could have had bombs playing underneath as you were reading it, because that's what he did right after he got that letter. And that is a message not only to Donald Trump and Ukraine, but also obviously to Melania. So as President Trump continues to say, well, I have a great relationship with Vladimir Putin.
By the way,
get that, but still.
Jason says you look just like Bandit.
I do not, Jason. Do you know what? These people, you people that listen, I love you so dearly. Thank you very much. You provide me with some semblance of job security. But they also try to trigger me, Joan. And you know that's true.
Sure.
By the way, I was talking about Vanessa, the hottie that slid into my DMs and wanted to know more about me. And, so we have some very lonely listeners because they're like, hey, can you hook me up with Vanessa? I'm like, no, for your own good, no. All you're going to get out of Vanessa, who slid into my DMs and wanted to chat, is a request for your credit card. That's all. And she's from Ukraine, and she needs to escape to America. And if you could just send your credit card information, you could save Vanessa.
Dan, she's probably being bombed at this very moment. You should send her some money.
One guy asked me in jest if he could have her digits, and I said, well, she's probably some guy in Russia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where they are, this den of people that send out hot pictures of women and sliding into, our DMs, but whatever. But I'm just saying, as a public service announcement from me to the fellow old guys, do not fall for the hotties going into your direct messages. Just don't.
Sometimes they're called Natalia.
Sure. Sometimes they're called Natalia, whatever. All right, we are running really late.
All right.
8:28, and Joan was coming up.
Tennessee National Guard on the ground in D.C. They're helping out there. Also, one school system is promising to throw this out if a kid brings it to school. That and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. It is, of course, moving season, a time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is make sure that the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It is super quick. It is super easy to set up as well. And then boom, there you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience, faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because, with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you packed the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Dan Mandis here for the Glock Store. Now, I know what the Glock Store. What else is new? Well, I'm going to tell you C-cuts. Now, C-cuts are short for compensator cuts. These are little slots cut into the barrel and slide that redirect some of that bullet blast upward into a V pattern. Now, getting technical, but what this does, this helps you keep on target by reducing muzzle flip, and it does lessen that recoil as well. Now, these cuts are identical to the ones that were offered in the high-end Gen 3 compensated Glocks, but haven't been available in the latest models until now. The Glock Store will compensate your Glock in 10 days or less, and you'll end up with a flatter shooting gun with less recoil. It really is pretty incredible, and if you want to try before you buy, Glock Store's got you covered. Just buy a sample bullet pack for $6.99, and you can shoot your choice of a C-cut Glock 17, Glock 19, or Glock 43X. The C-cuts make a huge difference in all the models, but that 43X with the C-cut, it is simply amazing. And by the way, don't forget to bring your Glock or just the barrel and the slide. You're going to want to start those 10 days sooner rather than later. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. $8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so what we're going to do now is we are going to go to the news with Joan Jones. There you go.
Good morning now, 8:33, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Tennessee National Guard has been deployed to Washington, D.C. They're helping President Trump's order to bring spiraling crime under control in the nation's capital. Governor Bill Lee told reporters he was willing to help out.
Secretary of the Army, and he indicated that they would potentially be reaching out to states, and I told him that we would be obviously willing to work with them on whatever they needed.
Now, Tennessee troops are joining troops from West Virginia, Ohio, Louisiana, and South Carolina. Not all Tennessee legislators, however, are on board with this.
This is unheard of as far as I know, and completely unnecessary.
That's Davidson County Representative John Ray Clemens. About 160 Tennessee troops are on the ground in the capital. Not clear how long they'll stay. Hurricane Erin has weakened, but it is still a powerful Category 4 storm churning in the Caribbean. Now, Erin is not forecast to hit any land in the U.S., but it will impact us here along the East Coast.
Waves are forecast to reach 10 to 15 feet and even 20 feet in some areas. Life-threatening rip currents are expected from Florida to Maine. Lifeguards in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, racing into the water, making more than 60 rescues yesterday. Swimming there now banned through Friday. The storm also impacting cruise ships. Major cruise lines now rerouting ships to avoid Erin's path.
That's ABC's Rhiannon Alley. And to our north in Westmoreland, Tennessee, an elementary school is outlawing all elementary energy drinks. This comes after the school nurse reports several kids have come to her office with rapid heart rates. She says some of those kids bring the energy drinks in packed lunches from home. Now, if a student comes to school with a Monster in their lunchbox, it'll get thrown out. The school citing the American Academy of Pediatrics, which finds that energy drinks are not appropriate for kids.
What kind of parent puts a Monster drink in a kid's lunch?
Apparently, if the kid likes it,
come on,
Mom
man.
says, sure, go ahead, honey.
This is Joan judging you, folks, if that's one of you.
Absolutely.
I'm judging too. All right, go ahead.
Good. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Couple of minutes into trading here, and the Dow Jones Industrials are up 61 points. NASDAQ is down 97, and the S&P 500 index, that's down 12 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
By the way, coming up, Joan, I've got another great audio bite from Donald Trump. He was in a very good mood this morning.
Yeah.
So that
I think he has good reason to be.
I believe that he does too, because I think that regardless let me
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself here.
Yes, well, the problem, we're like running way late. You know who else is running late? Chris Hand.
Figures.
He's not even here yet. Contours.
Wow.
I know, right? Contours. Now, listen, we got about 6 weeks left of bathing suit weather. If you're still not comfortable getting into your bathing suit, try the Belly Buster special from my friends at Contours. Now, these Belly Buster specials, they've been known to take at least 2 inches across the middle. I did. Chad Benson did as well. Chris doesn't need this. Wait till you get my age, Chris. You'll be calling up Contours. Take advantage of Contours' red light technology. It's not only incredibly unique, but it is also effective. And if you call right now, 615-236-9960, you can get that Belly Buster special for just $99. Now, you know, I've been talking about this red light technology from Contours for months now. It is incredibly unique. It is cutting edge. And yes, it is effective as well. People coming from all across Middle Tennessee to find Contours and get rid of some of that belly fat that you clearly hate so much. I know that I do. So call them 615-236-9960 and you get that Belly Buster special for just $99. Find them online, contoursllc.com, and find out all about this cutting-edge technology, contoursllc.com.
Okay, in Talbot's Corner, 24 eastbound side at I-65. Watch for the crash in the right shoulder. Also, Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. The right shoulder is blocked off by yet another crash there. Now, Metro Center 65 south at Rosa Parks Boulevard. That's exit 85. That's another crash scene. And in East Bank, Spring Street at Cowan Street, we're working a crash scene there as well. Now, if you're traveling 65 north through, the Cool Springs area, it starts to slow down and it gets a little better after Moore's Lane. Things are looking very slow on 24 westbound. This is probably why Chris isn't here. You're sitting in quite a lot of traffic as you're approaching the Laverne area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm not even going to give a time check. I'm not even going to give a time check.
Can I be honest for a second?
Sure.
Dan is the most selfless guy out there. I'm stuck in traffic on 24.
Yes.
And you know, we got to be on time on the clocks, or we get a call from New Suit.
Sure.
And I'm stuck in traffic, and I said, I don't know if I'm going to make it. And Dan says, don't worry about it. I got you. And I said, what? Dan? He said, I'm going late.
I'm going to go late just so you make it on time.
And then he texted me, and he said, you don't need to use the restroom when you get in, do you? And I said, I do. He goes, well, we'll do the news at 8:35.
That's exactly what we chose to do.
Selfless,
Joan.
Wait, how come I didn't get that memo?
Dan's a hero.
I'm
Joan.
a hero. Not all heroes wear capes.
He didn't want the credit. That's the thing about Dan Mandis.
Well, also, Joan, you needed to have that plausible deniability when my butt gets hauled into the boss's office.
I see. Yeah.
You know,
All right,
Joan didn't know anything about it.
I knew nothing.
All right, real quick, because Chris actually has something really good, but I teased this. This is Donald Trump on Fox and Friends earlier.
And one of the things at the table was one of the gentlemen, who's a great guy, but he said, I hope I didn't insult him. He said, well, let's meet in another month or two, and let's see if we can start, making some. He said, a month or two, you're going to have another 40,000 people dead in a month or two. You have to do it tonight. And I did, actually. I called President Putin, and we're trying to work out a meeting with President Zelensky. We'll see what happens there. And then if it works out, then I'll go to the trilat and close it up.
Trilat, bilat.
Trilat, bilat.
Yep.
How you feeling about everything?
If you have a meeting by yourself, is it a unilat?
It might be.
Whatever. I'm feeling really good.
I think it's awesome.
I think that, and I don't know if you saw... No, you're not on Facebook, but there are a bunch of conservatives that I know on Facebook that were talking about, like talking trash on Friday after the meeting with Putin and saying, oh, nothing happened. Oh, I voted for Trump 3 times, but nothing happened. You got to call it if you're. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to argue with people on Facebook. I did want to post, though. This post may not age well, but I didn't because I don't really care all that much. But I'm feeling good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Save all the receipts.
It's I want to start screenshotting.
You should, and then we can bring them in for an episode of Mostly Peaceful.
I saw really quickly, and then we're going to get to Chris has some great content for this. New words that have come about, but I saw one of my old college buddies, and he's because I'm California, right? So he's in California. And I don't know why all of a sudden, I haven't seen this dude in over 30 years. For whatever reason, I'm seeing his Facebook posts now, all of a sudden. And he's posting the most horrific, anti-Trump stuff like ever. And I want to just start posting, like crap posting on his, because I never really
You should.
It. Should I see
Yes.
it? I don't.
Lean in. Don't be rude, but lean in.
He was.
You should go full sarcasm, though.
Oh, should I?
And be like, you're right. Screw the orange man, and then list an accomplishment. I can't believe he stopped crime in D.C.
Yeah, maybe I will. He was like the rival disc jockey of mine in college radio. So I was like...
He was a rival disc jockey?
Yeah, he and I were both in college radio at the same time, and we both worked at KSAK 90.1, your sounds for the valleys.
Oh.
And...
wow.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah.
None of my radio. We should talk about this. I know we talked about our origin story on the last podcast. Next podcast, Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris. Let's talk about me in college radio.
Do you know that we got a comment on the podcast where somebody said that they remembered me from the hip hop station in Boston?
No.
Random.
You know what? People have said that they remember me doing traffic reporting in Los Angeles when I was like 20 years old.
Didn't you go up in the helicopter?
I was. It was a fixed wing.
Okay.
It was a fixed wing. Yeah, I went up there and I vomited.
Perfect.
So what do you got for this?
Down below?
No, I had a bag.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the back seat and I've got the little headset thing on, and the dude's like, "Don't do it on the headset." You know what I mean? And then you can imagine how the little fixed wing smelled. Anyway, moving right along. So what do you got?
All right, so there are new words being added to the dictionary, and I love it. I'm so excited about this.
All right, so I've got a couple and you've got a couple.
I do. All right, so let's start running through them, okay?
Yeah.
The lexicographers are going absolutely bananas over this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the lexicographers?
No, I'm actually very impressed that did you practice that in the car
I
on your
did.
way
Those
here?
are people that compile words for dictionaries.
I want that gig.
That's a good gig.
Because I tend to make up words. What did I make up earlier, Joan?
Yeah,
I made up something.
Something.
Yeah.
That
Well,
you
I do-
swore was in the dictionary.
Let me let you down gently first. Danurism did not make the dictionary.
You know what? Maybe next year.
However, we got some good ones.
Okay.
Skibbity.
Now, Riker says skibbity all the time, and I have no idea what it means.
Skibbity.
What the skibbity does that mean?
It means we've strayed from God. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, what does
But
it mean?
It feels like that. It's just like an extra word that they're tacking onto things. It means nothing.
Right.
It can be negative.
Has various,
it can be positive.
Right.
It doesn't mean anything.
So if I tell you that you're skibbity,
That's okay.
all right, cool.
But it also might be a fight.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm more of a lover, not a fighter, so I don't do fisticuffs.
Skibbity is the Seinfeld of words that have been added this year. It's a
Okay.
word that means nothing.
Broligarchy.
Broligarchy got added, which I
So,
like.
I like that too.
When I saw broligarchy, I thought to myself, damn, we missed an opportunity naming our podcast Mostly Peaceful.
Oh, you're right. That would have been great.
We might need a rebrand.
Broligarchy with Dan and Chris.
The broligarchy.
All right. What else?
Tradwife. Tradwife hit the dictionary.
Traditional wife.
Yes. So last night, Virginia goes, "What the hell's a tradwife?" I'm like, "What?" You don't.
Virginia didn't know what a
That's what I said. That's what I said. I said,
is.
"You didn't know what a tradwife is?" I said, "Well, it's
She actually is a trad wife.
She's a
isn't
trad
she?
wife.
staying at home,
Yeah.
homesteading, taking care of the kids." She goes, "Oh, I like that.
There you go.
I'll lean into that." So she's a tradwife.
Yep.
So that's based. And then Delulu was also added.
What is Delulu?
I feel like it's going to become one of Joan's favorite words.
Delusional.
Thank you, Joan.
Delusional. Delulu is delusional.
You could hear it rolling off of Joan
Delulu.
Jones's tongue.
It's rolling off of mine too. Delulu.
I'm trying to say it my best, like Valley Girl voice, like Delulu.
Oh my God, you're so
Oh my God,
Delulu.
you're so Delulu.
Yeah.
Wait, who's got the better Valley? Me or Joan? I'm gonna do it. Oh my God, you're so Delulu.
Oh my God, you're so delusional. Delulu.
I did it right.
So
I win.
I'd vote for Joan only because of the subtle threat of violence.
Yeah.
It's always there, isn't it?
It's always
It is
right beneath the
always
surface.
It could be the knife I'm holding.
That's a little something to do.
Yes.
All right. Other new entries in the dictionary include most jiggler.
What?
Most jiggler, which really is confusing because that's two words.
Are you saying mouse jiggler?
Most jiggler.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Has nothing to do with the WNBA. It is a post-pandemic device or piece of software used to make it seem as though you are working when you're not.
Oh,
Ah.
people. I know somebody very close to me who works from home who has a mouse jiggler.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
It's not Amy, is it?
Oh no, it's not my
We
wife.
should never do that.
I'm standing there and I'm talking to her and I'm noticing that her mouse is just like moving. I'm like, what is happening with your? And she explained the beauty of a mouse jiggler.
It's like
Although she works nonstop, so I don't know why she does that, but whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very funny.
But there's a lot of people that get that anxiety on the work from home, and they
Yeah,
want to
they
make
do.
sure that they remain active.
Yep, that's true.
So like you gotta do the mouse jiggling. I remember when Virginia started working with Capitol Records, it was the same thing. It was
Mouse
like,
jiggling, a lot of mouse jiggling
well,
going on.
But we didn't have mouse jigglers at the time. We were old fashioned.
Yeah.
We had to use our index or our pinky.
Mm-hmm.
The pointer.
You could just sit there and watch TV and just have your finger going over the mouse or whatever.
That's it. That's all you got to do.
That's all you got to do.
So mouse jiggler, work spouse was also added.
Work spouse, sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I get
Yep.
that.
But skibbity is the top of the list. And
Skibbity.
I'm a little. I take
How
a
do you
little.
spell skibbity?
It's Skibidi.
Riker started using that, and I was like, dude, what is that?
So I don't like Zoomers taking credit for it personally.
Okay.
This is a millennial phrase. It originated
it?
from an Eminem song.
Oh.
Skibbity Bebop, Christopher Reeves.
The great poet.
Sonny Bono skis horses and hitting some trees. You familiar? Are you familiar with that?
No, but Christopher Reeves and
Skibbity Bebop and Christopher Reeves. Sonny Bono skis horses and hitting some trees.
Wow.
It was a classic.
Suddenly, this is no longer funny. It is 8:51. We gotta go to Joan with.
Now we're gonna be on time.
I know, right?
We are because
All
we
of a
can't.
sudden.
You know what happens if we go outside at 9 o'clock with our commercials is the sales department comes up, they borrow Joan's knife, and they come back and they threaten me. So Joan was coming up.
Well, no sprinklers. That is the conclusion from one news outlet after a devastating local fire. And while you're being asked not to call the fire department, even if you do see heavy smoke, those stories coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof is destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? If you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and that means that the insurance company is depreciating how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, if you want to listen or watch any part of this show at any time, just go to YouTube. It's all right there. Also, Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris.
Yeah, and do it after my show. Don't do it during my show. You're suggesting folks to go watch your show during my.
Anything.
Is that what you're doing?
Do it after 7.
Do
it after 7.
Do it when the night guy comes on. That's what we like to
call him. The other day, and I was like, should I tell him that Chris Hand calls you the night guy, Mark Levin?
I thought that he owed you a bit more gratitude for that interview.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think that you hold a bit more clout than Mark Levin, especially around here, Dan.
Oh, my
Especially
Lord,
around here.
Mercy. You
Dude,
must stop talking.
No, super texters. Let me know. Who would you rather listen to, Dan or Mark?
Oh, my God. Please don't. Skibbity.
I'm telling you, the audience is going to say Dan.
That's not how to use that word, Dan.
Skibbity bebop, baby. Skibbity bebop.
You know what? Mark Levin would know how to properly use that word.
Mark Levin would have more yelling with that word, too.
Skibbity! All right, whatever.
And then the Zoomers, they don't like Israel, and they say skibbity.
You big dummy. What do you got coming up next?
We got Stuart. Stuart Parks is coming on. Okay. He's running for the candidate. He's a candidate for the Tennessee 7th. So we're going to have another edition of Come At Me, Bro, where we open up the phone lines for all the listeners to weigh in. We'll talk about the sit down with Zelensky, the sit down with world leaders, and the latest updates on peace between Russia and Ukraine.
All right. Very good. Chris Hand coming up next on WTN.